Since the release of the new Spring Boot version, Spring Boot 3 and Spring Framework 6, a lot of changes have been introduced, and especially on the Spring security layer. And a lot of you have been asking me to create a video to show the deprecation and to show you how to implement Spring security with all these new changes. This video is not only about how to fix the deprecations and how to implement this or how to fix your existing project, but it's a full guide for you again about Spring security. And in this video, I will show you how to implement Spring security and how to secure your application within JWT token, and it will be a step by step. But not only this. So we will implement a mechanism, and I will show you how we can enable or how we can validate a user account with an email validation. So picture this with me. A user can register an account, but this account by default will be disabled unless the user receives an email with 6 digits activation code, and the user needs to type this 6-digit activation code in order to activate his account. So I will show you how to do all this and how to implement this full application, from registering the user, logging the user, also email activation, and how to set up the full Spring security within your application. And of course, the 6-digit will be a secure 6-digit code. It's not only a random number, but it will be a random secure number. But this is not the end. We will implement something else that you have been asking also. So we will implement a front-end application using Angular in order to realize all this. So we will implement a small application to showcase how a user can register a new account, and also how to log in, and absolutely how to validate his email using the email validation. So the user will receive an email, and then he needs to type this 6-digit code. Alright, so if you like the idea, follow along this video and you will learn a lot of stuff. Also, if you're new to my channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and join me and enjoy a lot of videos. Please check the channel and check the videos in order to get as much information as you want. Also, on my YouTube channel, you can use the search functionality in order to search for a video, and you will find so many. Otherwise, you can drop me an email and I can guide you which one you need. But here the greatest announcement before we dive into the code. So for the coming weeks, I will be releasing new courses, and of course it will be for free and it will be available 100% on my YouTube channel. So we will be implementing a full stack application altogether, from the business requirement, class diagram design, implementing the application, and of course we will continue this application to introduce so many features like deployment. We will deploy the application on a real world server, on a VPS I mean, and also I will show you how to upgrade and integrate Kicklock security. So we will drop JWT and we will use Kicklock instead, and of course we will migrate the application to a microservices architecture. So the coming videos will be really interesting for you. So if you like the idea, just don't forget to hit that subscribe button and also help me grow the channel. Share this video with your friends, and of course drop a comment so we can help this video reach more and more people. So now, with no further ado, let's get started. Alright, so the next step is to prepare our workspace. So for the record, I will be using IntelliJ as my IDE, and also I will adopt a mono repo approach. So here what I just did, I created a folder in my workspace, and here all I needed to do is all I need to do later on is to create the different project, which is the front end, the back end, and so on and so forth, and all the resources that we need inside this mono repo workspace. So this is better, to have all the project in one place, and it will be easy and easier, and even easier to navigate or to jump from one project or from one resource to another, and having all the files all together. All right, so now the first thing that we will need to do is we need to jump and create a new Spring Boot project, and you already know my approach. So let's dive and jump to start.spring.io and create the project. Alright, now all we need to do is to jump and go to the start.spring.io or the Spring Initializer And now let's create our project. So the project will be Maven based and a Java language. And here you can pick the latest version, which is for now 3.2.4. And now let's fill our metadata and then the dependencies. So the first thing here for the group, I will call it com.alibu. And then for the artifact, I will call it book-network. And then, so the description or the name, it will be also book network, but I will just call it book network API, just to mention or to make it clear that this is the API of our application or our project. So then the description, so this is the demo project, or let's say it's just Spring Boot project. It's not a demo, it's a real project for our book social network. All right, then the package name will be com.alibu.booknetwork, but we can also update or change this one to a better one. So I will just call it com.alibu.book. All right. Also, you can, as I mentioned before, you can have or find the code in my GitHub repo, and I will link you the link. I will add the link in the description of this video. All right, so now we already filled the metadata of our project. Now let's jump and add few dependencies. So I will be using Java 17, and then I will have dedicated videos for Java 21 and more. All right, so the first thing, let's add some dependencies. So we need Spring Web, and we need Spring Data JPA. And of course, we need the Spring validation because we want to validate all the inputs. And since we mentioned that we want to validate or to activate or to enable the user account using emails, so of course we will need the Java mail sender. And of course we need to secure our application. So we need Spring security. All right. Not OAuth 2, but just the simple Spring security. And later on, as I mentioned, I will show you how to upgrade and to migrate to Keycloak and get rid of the classic JWT Spring security phase. All right. Also, when we talk about Java Mail and we want to send emails with nicely looking HTML pages and so on and so forth, we need to have the theme leaf or the template engine theme leaf. All right. So we need also this dependency. We added the validation. We added the Spring Web. And now we will be using PostgreSQL as a database. So we need to add the PostgreSQL driver. All right. And of course, don't forget the Lombok to reduce the boilerplate code. And then we have also few dependencies that we will need later on, but they are not available. So for example, if I search for OpenApi, we cannot find it here, or even the JWT, it's also not available here. So we will add them manually later on when we start our project. So for now, this is what we need, or the basic or the minimum required dependencies for our project and for our specification. Let's resume again what we imported all together. So first, Spring Web, since we want to create a RESTful API. We also have Spring Data JPA because we have a database and we want to process data. Validation to validate the inputs or to validate the requests of our or in our API. A Java mail sender because we want to send emails. And then we have Spring Security since we need to implement security based on JWT. And we have Themeleaf. We want to use Themeleaf or the template engine for sending rich emails. Rich emails, I mean by that emails with not only plain text, but just with HTML, CSS, and so on and so forth. And of course, since we are using a database, we need a driver for it. So for this application or for this demo application, we will be using PostgreSQL as a database. And again, to reduce the boilerplate code and not and we don't need to always create and generate getters and setters and all these methods, we need to use Lombok in order to do that. So here we have everything. Now what I can provide you is I can share this link, because here I can copy this link right here and then provide it in the description of this video. So you just click the link and you will have the same configuration as I have right now. And all you need to do is just to click on generate and you will have all the project with all the dependencies. So now let's click on generate and let's open our project in our IDE. and see you in the next part. Alright, so now we have our project open, and as you can see here, as I mentioned before, in the monorepo approach, so we will have this base folder, and here we will have the different projects. So first we have this backend or book network REST API application, and here we see that we have the main, resources, and the Java classes, and so forth. So the first thing that I will be doing, I will be naming, or I will just change the name of this application from application properties to application.yaml. And again, I don't need this property, so just remove it. And now let's go back to our pom.xml. So for the pom.xml, here we see that we have our project structure with the group ID artifact, as we already mentioned. Also within IntelliJ, I think this one is available with the latest version. If you need to add or remove starters, all you need to do is to click that link right there, and you can manage your dependencies from here. So this is not something that we want to do, but instead we want to add few dependencies as we mentioned before. So here we added the Spring security, we added everything, but here we don't need this Thymeleaf security because we will not be using Thymeleaf for the front end. We only need it as a template engine, so you can delete that dependency. So now after the Spring Starter Web, we have the PostgreSQL and then Lombok, and after this I will add the few or like 3 dependencies that we will be using for our security or for implementing the JWT. So I will paste it in here. So as you can see, we will need the 3 dependencies from io.json web token. And the artifact, the first one, it's JWT API, and the latest version, I think, yeah, it's still 0.11.5, the latest stable one. And the same, we need this JWT implementation, and finally we need the Jackson one. All right, all of them with the same version, don't make the mistake. And we want also to have some API documentation for our application. So I will add this Spring Doc OpenAPI Starter Web MVC UI. So this version works only for Spring version 3 plus. All right, and the latest version, I guess it's again 2.1.0. So now all I need to do is to click this button right here to load or reload the Maven changes. So let's click on it, and we see that everything has been downloaded. All right, so now since we have everything, we have our project ready, let's move on and start implementing our application. So to implement the application, we will be doing it step by step. And the first thing that we will start with is the security part. So now let's go ahead and see how we can implement Spring Security and JWT for our application, and of course how we can again implement the email validation for the application. Alright, so now before start diving and even typing code, the first thing we need to do is to prepare the infrastructure of our application. So here I will create a new file in the root folder of my application, and I will call it docker-compose.yaml. So this will be the Docker Compose of our application. And here let's add the services that we will need. So the first thing is services, and then we will start with PostgreSQL. So I will call it Postgres, and here I will give it a container name, and the name I will call it Postgres, and then SQL, and then -bsn to say just book social network. So this will be the container for my book social network application. And then the image, so I will be using the latest one. I think it's Postgres. Yeah, it's called like that. And now I will provide some environment variables. So for the environments, so here the first thing I will provide the Postgres_user. So this will be the username of my application. I will just give it username just to make it easy. And then we need Postgres and then password. So this one I will call it password just to make it easy for you again. And here we need another environment variable, which is the Postgres data. And this one, like where we need to store, or like where the Postgres SQL data are stored, and it will be in /var/lib and then Postgres PostgreSQL/data, and then we can also ask PostgreSQL, we can ask the container when it starts to create a database for us. All right, so here we can pass this environment variable Postgres_DB, and all we need to do is to give it the database name, and it will be created automatically. All right, so I will call it book_social_network. So this will be the name of my database. Now we need to specify a volume. So by the way, if you're not familiar with Docker and Docker Compose and all this stuff, I want to refer that you check out my YouTube channel and check the video Docker for beginners. It will really help you understand and get started with this. So for the volumes, here I will define the volumes, and here I will call it Postgres. So this is something that I will be creating in a few seconds. And here it will be /data/Postgres. And here we don't need the space, of course. So for that, I will just go back to the line here, and now I will create these volumes. So here I can create volumes, and I need to give it the same name as this one. All right, so it will be Postgres, and then I will give it a driver. Not ops, but just driver, and I will use the option local. All right, so now we can go back again to finish the Postgres SQL configuration. So after the volumes, we can define the ports. All right, so we will be exposing the default one, which is 55432 over 5432. So this one is the public, and this one is the container port. All right, so then I want all the containers, or all these containers, to be part of the same network. So I will be creating a network that I will call Spring-Demo, for example. All right, and for this one, so before the volumes, I will create a network, so networks, and then I will call it Spring-Demo, as we mentioned just in here. And for this Spring-Demo, I will give it, or I need to define the driver type, and it should be bridge. All right, so then we can also pass another property. So here we have an option called restart. So when we want to restart our container, and I want to restart it and let's stop it. So if the container is stopped, I want to restart it again. And then finally, we need one other dependency, since we mentioned that we want to use mailing. And for that, like in the real life, we need to configure an SMTP host, or like we need to configure our server or mailing server and all this stuff. But there is a better option for that, which is there is a container, or there is something called maildev. And let me show you what it is exactly. So if you go to the browser and just type maildev GitHub, so here you will see that you have this maildev, and in here, let me zoom in. So in here, so it's just a container that we can use, and it's built on top of Node.js. So, and it acts also as an email server. So all you need to do is just to run this Docker command, and you will have your application. So we will transform this Docker command to our Docker Compose file. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So now here in the same level as Postgres, so as you can see here in the same level, so let's call it mail-dev, and then let's give it a container name, and again I will call it mail-dev-bsn, just because I use it also, or I have other containers. So the image, it will be maildev/maildev. All right, so as you can see here, it's also available. So now let's expose some ports, and as mentioned in the documentation, it's 180 over 180, and we need another one which will be used by our Spring application, which is the 1025. All right, so now we have our Docker Compose ready to use. All we need to do is to start the service, or just go to the command line and do docker-compose app. So Docker Compose app, it will start and print all the logs. You can also start it in the detached mode by passing the parameter -d. And then when you check your Docker dashboard, you will find that everything is running, or you need to see that everything is running all together. All right, so now let's move on and start implementing the first part of our application. All right, so the next step is to prepare the properties of our application. So as I explained in the Spring tutorial, or the Spring course, which you liked so much, here we will be using profiles. All right, so for now we will have the only a dev profile, but later on when we will deploy the application and prepare the pipelines and deploy it to a real world server or a VPS, so we will of course need different profiles. So that's why I will prepare some profiles since now. So first of all, I will create a new file and I will call it application-dev.yaml. So this will be my dev configuration. All right. So first of all, let's start with configuring or like adding the properties or the common properties for our application. So as I mentioned before, or as I mentioned in the previous Spring course, so when we have application and then application dash environment or dash something, so this means that we have inheritance. So this one, or this dev property or YAML file will extend all the properties from the application.yaml and override what we want to be overridden. All right, so the first thing, so I will do spring.profiles.active. So I want to set the dev profile as an active one, and dev Spring will detect it from the name that we have right here, spring-dev. All right, and then since we mentioned before that we want to have, or we want to upload files, so we need to set servlet and then multipart and then file or max file size. All right, so let's say that we want it to be 50 megabytes, just as an example. Then you can whether reduce it or extend it. And then, so this is the common or the main configuration for for the common part. Then since we have also OpenAPI, this part we will configure it later on, but let's prepare all the properties from now. So please don't skip this part, don't rush, it's not a race, just learn on your pace. All right, so here we have Spring doc, and then so we have this default and then produces type. So this one by default, so let me show you, because when personally I faced an issue from that, because this default produces media type, as you can see in here. So the default type is all value, and this all value is */*. But for our case, we want to use application/JSON. So it's the one right here. Let me search for it. Yeah. So we want to use the application/JSON value. And I recommend that you always download the source code just to be able to read everything. So let's copy this one and override it right here. Okay, so this part is done. Also, I want to use a different port, so I don't want to use the default one. So I will be using 8088. And then, so this one I can also define it, I think, in the different profile. But here I want to define a server.servlet, not server, dot context path. So the context path, if you've been following me for some time, you would be of course, you remark that I always use for the APIs or for the controllers always /API/v1 and then something. So here we can also specify it in here by providing this context path, and then now it will be context path /API/v1 and then /. So later on in the controllers, we can just say, for example, users, books, and so on and so forth, without the need to specify always /API/v1/books /user /something else. All right, so now this is the application YAML, or the common one. Now we can move and start configuring the application dev.yaml. So the first thing we need to configure is the connection to our database. So it will be spring.dataSource dot, and then we have URL. So the URL, it will be JDBC, and then colon PostgreSQL, and then colon slash slash. Here it's JDBC, sorry for the typo, JD and then BC, sorry. All right, so it's JDBC PostgreSQL, and then we have local host, and then the port that we provided in the Docker Compose file. And here we need to provide the database name, which is also provided in the Docker Compose, the one that will be created automatically. So it will be Book Social Network. So this is the database, and here we need to provide the username, which is username as we specified it there, and then of course password. So it's data source password, not the Hikari one. We are not using the Hikari configuration, and this one is also password. So there is one optional property, which is driver class name. So the driver class name, Spring is able to automatically detect it from the available driver in the dependencies, but it doesn't harm if we specify it in here. All right, so the next one, it will be Spring JPA. And then I will say hibernate, and I will start with the DDL auto. So the DDL, or like what I want to do when I start the application. So since it's the development environment, I can keep it to update or even create. So this also fine. All right, again. So here we have the option to show SQL true or false. So for me, I will set it to false, but just I want to show you that we have this property. This means that when you run or when Hibernate executes a command or a query, it will be displayed in the console of your IDE or in the logs of your application. All right. So here it's just for you, but the default value is already false. So if you have the default value, you don't need to provide it. So as I mentioned, it's just for you to know it. So here I want to provide some properties. And for this property, we have something called format SQL. Also, when you have show SQL, it's better to have the queries well formatted. So let's set it to true. All right, so next we have also Spring JPA, and then we can specify the database, which is PostgreSQL. This helps also JPA and Hibernate to better prepare or generate the queries. Next, we can specify the database platform, and here we need to provide the class, which is org.hibernate, hibernate.dialect.PostgreSQL dialect. So this is the dialect. So since we are using PostgreSQL dialect, if you are using a different SGBD or like a DBMS, SGBD is in French. So if you are using a different DBMS or database management system, it's better to provide the one or the correct one. All right, so now we are done with the data source, so I can collapse this one. And the next part is, or the next configuration that we need for our application is the mailing. All right, so here we have a property called spring.mail and then host. So the host here, as you can see, this is the SMTP server host that we will be using. And here, since in our Docker Compose file we specified our mail dev, so it will be localhost. All right, so here it will be localhost, and then, like as I mentioned before, when we will be moving to deploying the application, I will show you how we can configure a real SMTP server or host. All right, so the port also as mentioned here, so this one, the 1080, is the port just to display the web application, and the 1025 is the port that we need to use here in our application. So I will set it as 1020 here, 1025, sorry, and the username you can type anything, same for the password, like it's not even required. And then we have some properties, and for the properties we can also set the mail and then SMTP, And for the SMTP, we need to say trust. So this is not recommended for production. So trust star. So here we need to set what we really want to trust. And then at the same level as SMTP, we have auth. Let's set it to true. So this configuration is also valid for different providers. So later on, what we need to specify or to change is just the local host, the port, username, and password, and the rest can stay or remain the same. All right. So after the authentication, here we have the start TLS. And this start ELS, we want to enable it. So this is also a security level or an extra security level. And then we have a connection timeout. So when we time out our connection, so it's in milliseconds. So let's say after 5 seconds. And here we have timeout. And for the timeout, let's also set it, well, not also, but let's set it to 3 seconds. And finally, we need to set the right timeout. And here I will set it again to 5 seconds. All right, so in this way, we have now configured our application, or like partially configured our application. Of course, we need other configuration later on. And now let's move to the first part, or like the first layer of the implementation of our application. And this is going to be really, really amazing. So see you in the next part. All right, guys. So the first part that we always need to implement when we implement an application is the security. So first we need to secure our application, and then we can continue implementing the different features and functionalities of our application. So first of all, let's understand how security works. I already explained this one in my YouTube channel in different videos. So I explained it without code. I also explained it in details how to implement Spring security, or how to secure an application with JWT. And also I provided so many videos after that. So if you find, or like if you see that I'm moving fast or faster than your rhythm, you can jump and watch that video and it will be easy. So I will try also to cover everything that we need in a decent speed. So first here, let's imagine the flow of our application. So a user will send a request, whether a get, post, put, patch, delete, and so on and so forth. It depends on the action that, or on the HTTP action that we want to send. And here, the first thing that will intercept this request is the set of the filter, or the filter chain that we have within our application. So within a Spring application, we have a set of default filter chains, or a set of filters. So as you can see here, filter 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth until filter n. And among these filters, we will have our own filter, which is of type once per request filter, and we will call it later in the code JWT authentication filter. So this filter will do some steps. So the first thing, if the token exists, so if the token exists, then what we will be doing, we will move to the JWT token, or the JWT service, to validate the token. So this will be a service, or a service or a class that has a bunch of methods, and among this method we will have a validate token method. If the token, here we have two scenarios, and here also I forgot to mention that one. So if we don't have a token, we just pass to the next filter and we do nothing. All right, so well, not to do nothing. If the API or if we need the token, we can also return back an error message. But in this case, if we don't have a token, so we don't go through this process. All right, so then once the token is valid, so once we validate the token, we have two options: whether the token is valid or the token is not valid. So if the token is not valid, so we will send, or like we will throw a token invalid exception, and this will be sent back to the end user or to the final user. Then otherwise, if the token is valid, so what we need to do, we need to extract first of all the ID or the username from the token, and then which will be the subject of our token, and then we need to call our user details service class. And then we need to call a method called find user by email. And again, so this one will connect to the database to retrieve the user information. Here we have two options. So the first one, if the user is not found, so again we will throw an exception, and the exception will be user not found exception, because if the user is not found in our system, so we cannot let this user go through. Otherwise, if the user exists, what we need to do, we have here in Spring, we have something called security context holder. So the security context holder, we need to update that one. So the security context holder contains an object or a class or a wrapper called security context, and within this security context we have an authentication. So this authentication, it has the principal, credentials, and then the authorities. All right, so the principal, which is the user or the object or the authenticated user itself, the credentials of the user, and the list of the authorities of the user if we want to enable or to set up the role-based authentication or airbag in our application. So this contains the detail of the authenticated user. So once this security context holder is up to date with the connected user, we then pass it to the dispatcher servlet, and the dispatcher servlet, based on the URL that has been invoked, it will try to determine to which, or like to dispatch the request to the correct controller or resource right here. So controller A, B, and so on and so forth, enter controller Z. And then once the controller do all this job, like going to the service database, do all the math, do all the calculation, and so on and so forth, it will send back the response to the user. So this is how security works. But what we will be implementing next is this part, of course, and plus we will be implementing also the token or the email validation for user account. So follow me on the next part and let's dive. Perfect. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to our application, and here in our base package, the first thing that we need to create is our user entity. So I will right click here, and I will be organizing my my packages and my repositories using domain approach. Well, domain, I mean like for each entity or for each domain, I will be grouping everything all together, like entities, DTOs, and so on and so forth. So here I will be creating a Java class, and I will create it in user package. And then I will create a class, call it user. And as I mentioned before, and as I always mention, when you create a user class and you want to use this user as the user of your application, or the one that you will be using in the Spring security, there is two things that you need always to think about, or like one main thing. Always think about implementing the user details interface, because as I mentioned before, Spring security or Spring security exact, we will look for, or will create an object of type user details. All right, and also since I mentioned before that the security context holder needs or the authentication needs the principal, we can also implement the principal interface. All right, so here first let's implement all the methods, and as you can see here we have the get name, authorities, password, and so on and so forth. So from the principal, the one method that we need to implement is the get name, and from the user details, let me make this one bigger. From the user details, we need the authorities, password, username, is account expired, is account not locked, enabled, and so on and so forth. So let's override this one, and we will come back to the implementation in a few seconds. So here first I need to add some Lombok annotations, getter and then setter. I need also the builder annotation. Oops, it's at builder. I need also like all args constructor and no args constructor. You can reduce that. You can use any annotation that suits you. And of course, I want it to be an entity. And then with Postgres SQL, the table called user is a reserved name. So we need to use the table with a name, and let's call it _ user. All right. So as mentioned before, we will also be enabling the entity auditing or the auditing entity listener. So I will add here entity listeners, and this one, it will be auditing entity listener dot class. So we need to enable the JPA auditing later on, but we will do it in a few seconds. All right, so now let's start by adding the different attribute that we will need within our user object. So the first thing, it will be a private integer or long, like you can use the type that that suits you, and this will be the ID. And here, as you can see already, it's claiming that we don't have like the persistent entity user should have a primary key. So this will be our primary key, and I will mark it as an ID. And of course, I will say that this one is a generated value. All right, so I will let Hibernate and JPA take care of the generation strategy and so on and so forth. But if you want to learn more and more about this, please go ahead and check the tutorial, the Ultimate Spring Boot tutorial. All right, so next I will need a private string first name and another private string last name. So here I'm just typing or like mentioning the attributes, private local date. So I will be using the Java time framework, and I will call it date of birth. Next, we need a private string email. So this email, I want it to be unique, so I will be using the annotation colon, and I will use the attribute or the property unique true. And then I will need another private string password. And here I need the two flags that I mentioned before when we spoke about the design of the class diagram. Here I will need a private Boolean account logged and a private Boolean enabled. All right, so here I have the different attributes of my user. Later we will need also to add the role and we add the token, but we will go step by step. So here these are the basic information about our user. So here, as you can see, we have the get name, or the method that is called get name. So the get name, you can decide what is the name or the unique name of our application and of our user, sorry. And in this case, it's email. All right, so I will return email. So since this is the unique identifier of our user. All right, so then we have a bunch of other information. This one I will go back and implement it in few seconds. Password, it will be password. The username is also the email, and is account non-expired. So here you need to be careful because it's non-expired, not just expired. So false means that the account is expired. All right. So here for is account non-expired, we need to return true. The same for is account non-locked. Here I need to return not account locked. All right. And credential expired, non-expired, I will also return true. And for enabled, I will just return the enabled itself. All right. And here I will just add one other method. Since, for example, later on we will need to have, or like to get the full name of the user, which is first name, last name. And instead of concatenating each time the first name, last name in different classes, what I can do also here, I can create a private string. I will call it full name or get full name. So let's call it just full name. And here I will return the first name concatenated space with last name. All right, so that's it. Now let's move to the next steps. So the first thing here that we have is this entity listener. So I also explained this one, how to audit, or like how to add the JPA auditing to your application. So here all we need to do, here we have the entity listener. And what we need to do here is just to keep track when this user was created and when this user was like the last update. So here I will add a private local date time, and I will call it created date, and I will add another private local date time, and I will call it last modified date. All right. So here, in order to activate or to automatically say that these two records, they need to be automatically audited or tracked, I need to add this annotation created date. All right. And here I need to add another, I need to add some other information. So this one nullable false. So this created date should not be null. So it needs always to be set, and updatable false. So because when we want to keep track when this entity or this record was created, but when we update it, we don't want to update this one. So the same thing, I will just copy these two annotations, but this one is called last with capital L. So last modified date. So here, just I want to say it's insertable false. Insertable false means that when we create a new record, we don't want to insert or to initialize the value of this attribute, but we want it to be updatable, nullable false, nullable true because it's not insertable, and so forth. So again, if you have this annotation right here, always think about going to your application or like where you have the configuration and to add the enable JPA auditing. All right. Otherwise, this auditing mechanism will not be working. All right. So now our user entity is ready. Let's move on and see what we need next. So here before moving on, I will just mention them and then we will create them step by step. So here we will need a private list of role, and we will call it roles. All right. And with that, we will implement, or we need to implement these get authorities. All right. Okay, so also we can add the list of tokens, but it's not an information that is really required for the features or for the functionalities of our application. So we can just skip that one, and I will show you later on how to do that. All right, so now let's move on and implement these roles. All right, so now in the same way, I will create a new class and I will call it role in a package called role. So here in the same way, so we can even take these annotations from here and I can paste it here. We don't need this table since the role is not a reserved name. And also we need the auditing listener, and I will also copy paste this one just to move faster. And here I need a private integer and ID, and I will call it, or like I give it the ID annotation and the generated value. All right, so with a role, what we need, we only need a name. All right, so here we will have a private string name, and this one I will add the colon and then unique true. So the role should be unique. We should not have the same role multiple times. And what we need to do is here we have, as we mentioned before, it's many-to-many between role and user, or like roles and users. So I will have also a list of users. All right, so I will call it users. And for this one, we need to give it one annotation. All right, so here it will be a many-to-many. And then I will say it's mapped by what exactly. So the mapped by should be exactly the same name as we have right here. So first, let me import this one and then list. So here it should be rows exactly as this one. So please be careful about typos. If you make a typo, this means like the application will not start, and you will be facing some exceptions when the application starts. All right, so now let's go back also to the user and let's add the mapping for this one. All right, so here, like it's easy peasy. it's also many to many. And here I want to set the fetch type to eager. All right. So like this means when I fetch the user, I want to eagerly fetch the list of roles. All right. So that's it about the role. Now we can go back to the user and implement the authorities part. But before doing that, there is something important that we need to add here. So with this many to many, because when we load a user, we will eagerly load the list of roles. And then when we load the roles will have also a list of users. So it will reload the list of users and then it will go back to the roles and so on and so forth. So like it will be a kind of an infinite loop. So what we can do here, we can add an annotation called JSON ignore, just to ignore the serialization of this one. So like this will not prevent it from being fetched, but it will prevent it from being serialized to like as a response. Now let's go back to the user, and here let's implement this get authorities method. All right, so this get authorities, so here we want to return this dot roles, and within the roles I want to stream over it since it's a list. And then I want to do some transformation. So I want to map it. So here I will use R as a role, and I want to return a new simple granted authority of role.getName. All right. And then I can use a collect.toList, or simply I can use toList. So this one will return a collection of granted authorities. So here I use the simple granted authorities. So if I open this granted authorities interface, and if you click on this arrow right here, so you will see the list of the classes that implement this interface. So among that, we have this simple granted authorities, which is the class that we just used. And here we see this is the constructor that we used, which is simple granted authorities with the role name. And that's it. So it's like easy peasy. All right, so now we are done with the role with the user. And what we need to do next is to create, first of all, the repositories for the role and the user. All right, let's start with the role. And here I will create a new class, and I will select interface, and I will call it role repository. So this one, to make it a repository, I need to extend the JPA repository, and I need to specify the entity, which is the role, and the ID type, which is integer. So, and that's it for the repository. But here I will need one method. So I will create an optional of role, and I will call the method, or like it will be find by name. So like I want to search or to find a role by its name, and here all I need to do is to pass a string role or string role name, or just name as you like. So now our role repository is ready. Let's create also quickly the user repository, which is also as simple as the role repository. So again, in the same package, I will create a new class interface. So user repository. So again, this user repository extends JPA repository, and it will be of type user. So here when you use user, you need to be careful. You need to choose the one you created. So the one that comes from com.alibu.book.user, because also Apache Catalina has an interface, and Spring Framework has also like has a class called also user. So you need to be careful about that. So to have the right imports, and then integer as an ID. So for this one, we'll need also to create one method. So it will be an optional of user, and then it will be find by email. All right. So, and then string email, and that's it. So now we have, so like it can be find by email or find user by email. So like both of them works, or both of them work in the same way. So now we are done with the user repository and the role repository. Now let's move on to the token. All right, so now we need to create a token class, and I will create it in the user package. So since I mentioned that I will be grouping the classes by domain, so the token only belongs to the user because it's not used anywhere else, and we don't have any resources to expose about this one. So here I will create a token, and again I will paste the annotations, so getter setters and so on and so forth. But here we don't need the entity listener. All right, so like we don't need to keep track who created that, because it will be created automatically by the system itself. The system, I mean our application itself. So here I will need a private integer ID, and this one, it should be annotated with ID and again generated value. And for the token, as we mentioned before, we will have a private string token. So this will be the token itself, or the generated one, and I will show you how we can implement the method to generate the token. And then we will have a private local date time. So this one, it will be created at, and another one, so I can copy it or like duplicate it 2 times, and this one expires at, and the final one validated at, so when the token was validated. And here we can just have one-way reference to the user. So here we can have our private user and then user, and here it will be a many to one, as we mentioned before. So it will be a many tokens to one user, and here we can specify the join colon, and we can give it the name user ID and nullable false. So this user should be like we need to specify the user, so nullable false. All right, so now the token is ready. Now we can move on and create the token repository. So let's right click here and then new interface and token repository. So in the same way, this token repository should extend the JPA repository of type token, since this is our entity, and the integer, which is the ID type of our entity. And then we will need an optional method. So it's an optional method, an optional of token. So as you know, optional is a wrapper to avoid the null pointer exceptions or like the MPE. So here let's call this method find by token, since we need to fetch later on a token object or a token record by the token itself. So here I will say string token, and that's it. So now the token is ready. Then so now we prepared the entities, we prepared the user, the token, and also the roles. What we need to implement next is we need to configure our Spring security, and then we need to implement all the classes and all the services that we will need with that. All right, so let's move on and start configuring our application or the security for our application. Good. So now let's close all this, and here I will create a new class and a new package. So I will call it security, and then I will call it security config. So security config. So this security config will hold or will contain the configuration for our security. So to mark a class as a configuration class, we need to add the configuration annotation. And of course, since we are talking about security, we need to enable web security. So it's web security, not web MVC, not web flags security. So since we are not using reactive, so we need to just enable web security. And here we need the required args constructor in order to inject or like to create a constructor with all the private or the final fields. And finally, since we spoke about role-based authentication, so we can also enable method security. So we can just do it from now, and here secured enabled, let's set it to true. All right, so we want to enable the method security, and we need to set the secured enabled to true. All right, so the first step of implementing the security configuration is we need to provide a bean. So I will create a public bean of type security filter chain. So security filter chain. All right, so let's call it security filter chain, and this one we can inject an object of type HTTP security. So this one, and we can call it HTTP. All right, so to make this object or this method a bean, we need to give it the bean annotation. So Spring, when he starts scanning the classes, he will see that we have a class annotated with the configuration. So Spring will know that we have a bench, or like we have beans that we need to configure and to put in the context. So it will scan or like try to find every method having the @bean annotation. So don't forget this one. All right, so this method also will throws exception. So I will add it now. And here what we need to do. So first we will have HTTP dot, and the first thing that I want to configure is course. So course, this is something that I will explain to you later on when we move to the front end part. So for now, I will just use customizer with default. So I will also import, add static import for this method. So I will just keep it with defaults, but I will explain it later on in details. Also, we need to disable the CSRF and the cross-site reforgery, it's cross-site resource forgery. And to disable this one, we need to use the abstract HTTP configurer. And then we have a disable attribute that we can use. So this way, like in this way, we can disable the CSRF. So this is the new configuration that many of you have been commenting, like how we get rid of it. First, I already provided and created a new video on my YouTube channel just to show you how to upgrade to the most recent version of Spring, and also how to upgrade the Spring security. So if you are not familiar with that, or if this is something that you see it's new and you're not understanding it very well, so I recommend you follow the Spring security videos. So like follow them in order, and in this way you will understand what we are doing exactly and what we are talking about. So here the next step is we need to mention what are the authorized requests. So here authorized requests, and this one it's a lambda expression, so it will be request. And then I will do request.request matchers. So when we match this type of request, what we want to do. All right. And this request matcher, it takes a list of string. So I will provide it later on, or like just in few seconds. All right, so this request matchers, and when Spring encounter one of these URL that we will be providing here, so for example something like this 1 2 3 4 5, and when Spring encounter one of these URLs, what Spring needs to do. So these are the URLs that we want to permit. Okay, so here I will say permit all, and then any request I want it to be authenticated. All right, so any request, I want it to be authenticated. So allow these requests, but the rest authenticate them. All right, so here, as I mentioned, I will come back to this. So then what we need to do is we need to tell Spring what is the session management that we want to have. So here we have session management, and here it will be a session, like it's a lambda expression, and then I will say session creation policy, and how I want the session creation policy. So I want it to be stateless. So as you can see here, so I will also import, add static import to this one. So session creation policy stateless means that Spring should not store the session state in its context. So this means every time user send, or like every time we receive a request, we will act on it as we don't know anything about this request. All right. So next, and then we have authentication provider. And for this authentication provider, I will add authentication provider. And this is an object, or this is a bean that we also need to provide. And then as we mentioned before in the graph, we said that Spring already provides a list of filters, or a list of filters, and we want to add our own filter. All right. So here I will say add filter before, and I will call it JWT auth filter. So this will be our custom filter, and I want to add this one before the user name password authentication filter.class. So before proceeding to the username password authentication filter, I want to execute my authentication filter to check if the user, if the request already contains the token, the user exists, and all the process and the flow I already explained before. All right. So now let's go back and fulfill this short list. So I have the list here, and I will provide it, and I will explain it really quick. So all this except the first line, all this is about Swagger. So Swagger and OpenAPI. So here I'm just providing you the list for also for the V2, but what we need to care about is the V3 configuration and also this part right here. So this line also you can remove it, but I just keep it for records if you have, for example, a legacy project where you need to configure Spring security and to authorize all the resources that coming from Swagger, the old version. All right, here the first line, here I will be creating, or I will have a controller or a resource having this prefix /auth/ something. So I want to authorize all the methods that are inside this resource. So for example, I want to authorize the login, register, account validation, and so on and so forth. So that's why it is in the first request matcher path matchers, which is permit all. All right. So now what we can see here, or what we have here, we have this authentication provider, and we have this authentication or JWT authentication filter. So we need to create these ones. All right. So now let's start with our authentication provider. So the authentication provider, simply it will be something like that. So it will be private, and then final, since we have here the required Rx constructor, so I need to have, or like to use the final keyword in order to ask Lombok to create a constructor with this one. And as you know, Spring in the latest versions, you don't need to have a constructor with the auto-wired annotation. All you need to do is to have a constructor with the dependencies that you want to inject. All right, so here I will create my authentication provider object. So it's an interface coming from Spring Security, and I will call it authentication provider. So here it will claim that we don't have any beans, like could not auto-wire, no beans of type authentication provider was found. So I know that, and we will create this later on. Again, so I will create a class, and I will call it JwtFilter, and I will call it here as JWT authentication filter. So we don't have this class yet, so let's go ahead and create it quickly, but the implementation we will do it later on. So we will create it in the same package, com alibu book security. So as you can see, this is our class, and I can give it a service annotation, and we will come back to the implementation of this class later on. All right, so now let's move on and prepare this authentication provider bean. All right, so this authentication provider bean, I will create it in a class. So here I will create a new class, and I will create it in a package. I will call it config, and I will call this class as beans config. All right. So again, to make this class as a configuration class, I need to add the configuration, and I will need the required Rx constructor in order to have my constructor and to automatically inject my beans. So here I will have the bean annotation, and we need to create a public authentication provider, as we mentioned in here. So this is the object that we need to provide, and let's call it authentication provider. So we don't need anything. And here, as you can see, now Spring is detecting that we have a bean of type authentication provider. So let's continue implementing this one. So yeah, this one is just claiming that this should be a filter, but as I mentioned, we will implement it just in a few moments. All right, let's go back to our authentication provider. So the authentication provider, we have a class called, or first let's understand it this way. So the authentication provider is an interface. All right. So to see which class or what are the classes that implement this interface called authentication provider, we see that we have a bunch or a list of it. So among these ones, we see that we have this DAO authentication provider. So the DAO, like, or data access object authentication provider, extends this abstract user details authentication provider, and so on and so forth. And here it needs, or like it has an attribute of type password encoder, and then a private object of type user details service. So this user details service, it's an interface containing one method called load user by username, and it should return a user details. So this user details, that's why when we first created our user class, we implemented the user details interface. So because we need later on, in a few seconds, we need to implement we need to implement this this interface user details service, which is already used, or like we need to provide it in our DAO authentication provider. All right, so I hope this was clear, and now let's move on. So now we can use our DAO authentication provider. Let's call it auth provider equals new DAO authentication provider, and here we can say auth provider dot set user details service, and we need to provide it here. So I will say user details service, and then we also have auth provider dot set password encoder, so which password encoder that we want to use. And here I will say password encoder, and this one will be a method, and I will create now a method called password encoder. I need to make it public, and also I need to transform it to a bean. All right, so now I have my password encoder. So for the password encoder, I simply want to return a new bcrypt password encoder class. So again, the password encoder, let's download the source. Password encoder is an interface containing a method encode, matches, and upgrade encoding. So then we can check here what are the different implementations that we have for this interface. So among these implementations, we have the bcrypt password encoder. You can also implement this interface and provide your own password encoder. All right, so let's finish this authentication provider, and then we can move to the user details service implementation. All right, so now all I need to do is to return the auth provider. Okay, so here this user details service, what I need to do is to add a private final user details service. So this is the interface coming from Spring, and let's call it user details service. All right, so for now, we don't have any implementation. So we only have the default implementation, which is used by Spring, but we don't want to use this one. We want to load the user by our own. Since we know our application, we know how to load the users, and so forth. So this is user details service. We need to implement it just right away. So now let's move on and do it. All right, now I will go back to my security package, and here I will create a class, and I will call it user details service, and then ample EMPL, just to say implementation, and this one should implement user details service. And this user details service, we need to implement the method load user by username. So now we need to make this one a service. So we need to add the annotation service and also the required args constructor. So here the question is where we will load our user from. So we want to load our user from the database. All right. So here I will inject my private final user repository, the one that we created earlier. So I will call it repository. And then this method, I want it to be transactional. Transactional since my when I load the user, I want also to load the roles or the authorities with it. All right, so this method will throw a username not found exception in case we don't find any user in our database. So what we will be doing is just repository dot find by email. This is the method that we created earlier, and here we need to pass the username. So we pass the username since we know that in our user class the unique identifier of our user is the username or the email. So here that's why find by email, and here username. So you can just rename this one, and I will call it user email just to avoid any kind or any type of confusion. All right, so here or else throw. So we can throw an exception. So here we can say, for example, new username not found exception, and we can provide user not found as an error or an exception message. So yeah, now our user details service implementation is done. And if we come back here, so this one is done. We need now to implement our JWT filter. So let's move on and implement it. All right, after implementing the user details service implementation, we need to go back here, and here we have the JWT authentication filter, which we just created the class but not yet implemented this JWT filter. So let's close everything, and now let's open our JWT filter. And here, since Spring is already claiming about this class, which is like Spring cannot understand that this is a filter, which is not, so we need to transform it to a filter. So here, in order to make it a filter, all I need to do is to extend the once per request filter class. And here I need to implement the method do filter internal. So here let me break the lines. And here we have three parameters. So this is the request, the response, and here the list or the filter chain. So like it contains the list or the rest of the filters. So here just it's claiming that this one should not be null. So let's use or add the non-null annotation, which is from org Spring Framework non-null. We can also add it in here, and we're done. So here now we don't have any warnings. All right, so here this do and filter internal. So this method will be executed every time this filter is invoked. All right, so this means that every time we have a request, so this method will be executed. So now let's see how we can or how we should implement this filter or this method. So the first thing we know here from our configuration. Let me show you again. So from this configuration, we said that this auth or like anything /auth should be permitted. So here it's permit all. So this comes to the result that we can make this check. So if our request dot get servlet path, and then we need to check if our path or the invoked resource contains something like /API/v1/auth, for example. If this is the path, what we need to do, we need to call our filter chain dot do filter, and then we need to pass the request and the response and then return. So if the path is /auth, we don't need to execute all the process or all the code that we will be implementing right now. All we need to do is just pass it, and that's all. All right, so now we need to define few parameters. I will create a final string. I will call it auth header, and this one equals request dot get header, and here we know that from the headers we have a header called authorization. It's called like that, authorization. So let me fix the typo. So here also this authorization, we can find it in the HTTP headers class dot authorization. So it's exactly the same. So we will use this one just to avoid typos, and I will import it statically. Then I will create another variable and I will call it a JWT, which is of type string. And then I will also create another one, final string user email. So this will be the user email that we will extract from our token. All right. So next step, we need to check if our auth header is null or our auth header dot starts with. So if does not start with. So here, because the token will be sent in the header, and the header is called authorization, and the format, it will be something like this, bearer space. All right. So because that's why we call it a bearer token. So here it will be bearer space something. All right. So if we don't have this case realized, so if the authentication header is null, or the token or the header, this authorization header does not start with bearer, so this means that this is not the token, or this is not what we are expecting. So again, we can do the same thing right here. So we can call the filter chain and just return, and we no longer need to execute the rest of the code. So now otherwise, here we will say our JWT equals our authentication header dot substring, and starting from the position number 7, because if we count this string right here, so the count is equal to 7. And then here we need to extract again our user email. So here we will need a JWT service, and then let's say extract user name from our JWT. So now to extract this username, first we need to create this JWT service, and then we need to create this method called extract username. So what I will be doing here, I will suppose, first let me optimize this and close it. So here I will say private JWT service, and I will call it JWT service, and I will make it final. So we have private final JWT service. Since we don't have the JWT service, I will just create it. All right. So again, I will mark it as a service. So if we go back here, so here our JWT service, it's not injected because we are missing the required args constructor. Now we have this extract username. So we need to implement this method. And then we have a bunch of other methods that we need to implement inside this JWT service. So follow me along this one. All right, so this JWT service is the service that will generate the token, that will decode the token, extract the information from the token, validate the token, and so on and so forth. So this JWT service will do anything related to our JWT token that we will receive from within our request. All right. So let's start with this one by one. So first, let's start with the method, and we will call it generate token. All right. So here I will create a public string, since our token should be in a string format, and I will call it generate token. All right. So we will not start with this method, extract username, but we will do it later on. So let me explain to you what is this class exactly. So generate a token, it will take a user details object. All right. So a user details, and let's call it user details, for example. And this one we will return. And here I will also create another method. I will call it generate token, but this generate token, it will take a new hash map. So I will explain everything, a new hash map, and then the user details. All right. Since we don't have this method, let's create it. So let's create this method, and this one, it will be also of type string, but it's not generic. So it will be just of type string. All right, 1 second. So let's remove this one. Also this, it will be of type string and objects. So this we will call it claims. All right, so this this map or this hash map, it will be the claims. So instead of using hash map, I will use directly map, which is the interface. So this one, in case, for example, I want only to include the user details information, or if I want also to include extra information within my JWT. All right, so now all I need to do is to call another method. Again, I will call it build token. All right, and this build token, it will take the claims or the extra claims, and then the user, sorry, it's a comma, and then the user details, and we need our JWT expiration. So this we can make it whether a constant, or we can pass it as a parameter in case we want to change or to generate different tokens for different cases. So first let's create so let's start with this one, and I will create a local variable. So this one, it's JWT or the expiration, so I will move it outside. So it will be a global one. So private, and then it's of type long, and it's called JWT expiration. I will come back to this one just in a few seconds. Now I will generate, or I will create the method called build token, and these are the information. So I will just inline them so they are more readable. And this is our method. So now let's start implementing this build token. First thing, here I will say var authorities. So this in case I want to include, or if you want to include the authorities within the token. All right, so the authorities equals user details dot get authorities, and I would like to stream over it, and then I would like to do a simple mapping, and I want to transform it to just string. So it's granted authority dot get authority, since I just want the names. All right, so here we have the list of authorities, and then now let's build our JWT token. So I will return, so I already have it here, so I will return JWTs and then dot builder, and then I can set claims. So set claims, and the claims are these claims or extra. So let me rename it to extra claims. Right, so you know that these are some extra claims. So first I will set the extra claims, and then I will set the subject. So the subject is the subject or the identifier or the user ID of my token. All right, so which is the user details dot get name. Get user name. All right, so now I will set the issued at, so when this token was created. So it will be the new date dot get current milliseconds. It's system, and then current milliseconds. All right, and then we need to set the expiration of our token. So when the token, or like for how long our token should expire. So for this one, it will be also again this one. So it's a date, but here we need to do plus expiration. So this is the JWT expiration, and then we can set some claims, which is the authorities, which is these authorities. So here I'm just showing you how you can set extra claims. Authorities, and then authorities. All right, so it's a key value, like it's the name and the value. And now the important part is sign with. So we need to sign our token with a key. All right, so let's keep it this way. I will create a method, and I will call it get sign in key, and then the final thing is dot compact to generate token. So now let's create this method, and this one, it will return a key. All right, so with the get sign in key, this method should return the key itself. All right, so now what I will be doing, I will create a byte array, and I will call it key bytes, equals my decoders from the same package io.json webtoken.io dot, and here I want to decode it on base64, and then I want to decode what I want to decode exactly is the secret key. All right, so I need a secret key right here. So I will create a field and I will call it secret key. So I will just rename it because secret key, and we will come back again later to initialize the secret key as well as the JWT expiration. All right, so once I decode the token, all I need to do is to return keys again from the same package dot hmac SHA-key4. So this is the encoding and for these bytes. All right, so now we created, or we generated, or we decoded our signing key, and we are using it to sign our token. All right, so next, before moving further or deeper, here for this JWT expiration, what I will be doing, I can, for example, say here equals 1, 2, 3, 4. And for the secret, I can say equals something, okay? But since we want the secret key and JWT expiration to be changeable, or it will not have the same value from one environment to another, so what I will be doing is I need to extract it to the application properties file. So here I will move to the application dev YAML. So this is my YAML file. And now I will create some other or some extra properties. So here, the first thing I will call my property application, and then security. So these are like my custom or my my own information, and here I will have a JWT. So within JWT I will have secret key equals something, and then I will have expiration equals something. So the expiration, I will make it expires in 1 day, so it's 864 and then 5 zeros. All right, so we can also set the refresh token, we can set some other information, but for now let's just stick to this one. All right, so for the key, this is my key. You can also generate a new one, or you can generate a key online. Just search for secret key generators and you will get it. So here I will now just copy the reference to this secret key, and now I will go back here. I will remove this assignment since it's not necessary, and here I will use the value annotation, and I will use dollar and then brackets, and now this is my secret key. So if I keep typing command or control, you see first the value, and if I click, it will navigate me to this one. I will do the same for the expiration, and I will update this one, and now we have the expiration. So we injected these two values within our JWT service. So now we can go back and keep implementing the rest of the method of our JWT service. So the next method is, or like what we need next is, we need to check whether if my token is valid or not. So here I will create a method. I will call it public boolean and then is token valid. And to validate the token, what I need a string, the token itself or the JWT token, and the user details, and I will call it user details. All right, so here I will do final string user name or user email, and here I will create, or I will need a method to extract the user name. All right, so extract the username from the token, and then I will see, I will implement this one. So create this method, and I need to make it public since we will need it also outside this one, and I will move it to the top. All right, so this extract username, and here, so I will return extract claims or claim. All right, so extract claim token, and here we have claims dot get subject. Since we said here when we generated the token, we said that the subject is the user details dot get username. So that's why the method is called username, and here we are passing get subject. Okay, so now since this method we might need it somewhere else to extract other claims, so that's why in extract username I need to create a method called extract claims. So extract claims, it will be a public, and this one it will be a generic method T, so I will call it extract claim. All right, so extract claim from our string token, and then we need to pass a function. All right, so because this one is already a function, that's why here we need a function, and the function is of type claims, and then T, which is our generic type, and we will call it claim resolver. All right, so let's import this one. So now simply what we need to do, we have final claims equals claims. So I know like it's a lot of methods. Claims equals extract claims, or extract all claims from our token. All right, so we need to create again another method, and we need to call it extract claims. So this one of type claims, and then what we need to do is return our claims resolver dot apply our claims. All right, so let's create this extract all claims method. So this one, it will return a list of claims, or it will return the claims from our token. So this extract all claims, it will return my JWTs, and first we need to parse our builder, and then we need to set the signing key, the one we used to sign in our JWT token, and then .build. And finally, what we can do dot parse claims JWS and the claims coming from our token, and then get body. So these are the claims. All right. Now, if we go back here, so we have extract claims, and now we are able to extract our user name. All right. Now let's go back to our method, which is valid token. So what we need to return is, first we need to check if our username dot equals user details service dot get username. So first we need to check whether the user is the same as we received it or not. All right. And the second thing, the token should not be expired. So here is token expired. And again, we need to create another method. So is token expired? So I can create a method is token expired, and this one I will need just to extract return extract expiration from the token, which should return a date, and this one should be before the new date or the current date. All right. So now let's implement this extract expiration. So this extract expiration, it will return a date from the token. And here, as simple as that, it will return extract claim from my token. And what I want to extract is my claims, and then get expiration. So as you can see with this helper method, which is extract claims, it's easy now to extract any claims which are defined or predefined in my token. All right, so is token valid now is correct, and we have all the method that we need to continue within our with the implementation of our JWT filter. So now the JWT service is done. Let's go back and let's finish implementing our filter. So now, since our JWT service is ready to use, let's go back and finish implementing our JWT filter. So here we said that we want to extract the user email from the token, which the method is called extract user name. All right, so here, if my user email is not null, this is the first check. And the second check, I need to check if the user is not already authenticated. All right, so this one, we can do it from security context holder. This is the object that I explained before. So security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. If this one is null, this means that the user is not authenticated and I can proceed in doing the rest of the checks. Then I need an object of type user details, and I will call it user details equals, and now I need to fetch the user from the database using this user email. And as you thought, the same way, I need to inject my user details service, and I will call it user details service, and I will use this one, user details service dot load user by user name, and I will pass the user email as a parameter. All right, so the next step, if my JWT service and is token valid, so now I need to validate the token, which is my JWT, and I want to validate it against my user details or my user. So if the user is valid, what I want to do, I want to create an object of type user name password authentication token. So this object, we will see it later on when we will implement the login functionality. So I will call it auth token equals a new username authentication token, and I need to pass some parameters. So the first thing is the user details. So it's the user itself, and here I need to pass some of the credentials which we don't need or we don't have, and we need the authorities, which is the user details.get authorities. So this object, this token, this username password authentication token, is required or used by Spring Security later on in order to check and to update security context holder. All right, so then I can say also authentication token dot set details, and here to set the details, I need to build some details from the request. So like from the current request that we are receiving right here, we can build and extract some information that also we can provide to our token. All right, so here we need to create a new web authentication details source, this class object dot build details from our request. All right, and finally, since everything, or like once everything is done, what we need to do, we need to update the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, which is my auth token. So here, like this means, or like this is kinda a manually authenticating my user, because I did all the checks and I know that the user is already authenticated and everything is working fine. And finally, I need, of course, to call the rest of the filter chain, and here do filter of request and response. All right, so this is my JWT authentication filter. And again, if I go back to the security config, we see that the error now is gone. So here we are missing some parentheses. Yes, of course, we need to return our http.build. This is what we forgot. So like we built our HTTP object with all the configurations, and later on, or like finally, we need to build the object and return it. That's why it was highlighted with red. All right. So here you see also this one. It was already in yellow like this. So private field JWT authentication filter is never assigned. Why? Because we forgot to add the final keyword. And I think we have an unused import, so we can also remove it from here. And now everything is fine. So let me optimize the imports. And as you can see here, we have the green check, means that our class is perfectly implemented. All right, now, since we implemented the security, the configuration, the filter, the JWT service, we extracted some properties to our application dev.yaml file and so on and so forth. What we need to do next is to implement the registration and the login methods within our application. So let's go ahead and do it. All right, now let me close all these classes. And then here we already implemented the user, all right? And we configured our security with the roles and so on and so forth. So what comes next is we need to implement the endpoint or the resource to authenticate a user. So I will create a new authentication controller class, and inside a package I will call it auth. All right, so it will be auth/authentication. Let me rename this one authentication. All right, so authentication controller. And this authentication controller, first we need to make it a controller by using REST controller. All right, and then request mapping. And here, as I mentioned before, so for this request mapping, why is it so big? Okay, never mind. So for this request mapping, I will just use auth. And since in here, I mentioned that the context path of my application is /API/v1, so I don't need to manually specify it in here. So all I need to do is to type auth in here. So now, of course, I will need the required args constructor annotation. And here I will use an annotation tag from OpenApi. I will come back to this one later on and I will show you how to configure it. But for the tag here, I will use a name and I will give it a name authentication. All right, so we will come back to this one later on. Don't worry. Okay, so next step, I need a private final authentication service. And let me call it simply service. So we don't have this class yet. So let's just go ahead and create it inside the same package, which is auth. So this one, I will give it the service annotation and we will come to the implementation later on. All right, so next we need to have a few methods. The first method is to register a user, authenticate, and then activate the user account. Okay, so the first one, it will be a post mapping, and then it will be /register. Okay, so this one is to register a user. And then I can also add a response status. So what will be the response status by default, which is HTTP status.accepted, for example. And then I will return a public response entity. And this response entity, it will be of type anything, and I will call it register. All right. So this register, what this register requires. So we need first a request body. So this will be the body of our request, and this request should be valid. So here we need the valid annotation. And this one, I will call it registration request. So I need to create an object called registration request, and here I will call it just request. All right. So then this registration request, I need my service.register a user using this request. Okay, so we don't have yet this method and these classes and objects, but we will create them just in a few moments. And then finally, return response entity dot accepted and then dot build. Because if anything happens in here, we will have some mechanism to catch all the problems. So this @valid annotation, it will validate all the objects or all the fields that we will mention or that we will mark them as required, and it will also send or generate a message to the final user. All right, so first let's create this register method. So we can make it a void for now. If we need, we can change it. Then we need to create this registration request object. So this registration request, we can decide whether to make it a class or we can use also Java records. For now, let's use a simple class. So this registration, again a typo, registration request. So here we need getter and we need a setter, and also we need the builder annotation. All right, so these are Lombok annotations. And in here, what I need just to register any user, I need a private string first name. So also we can go to the user class and copy this information. So we need the first name, last name, email, and password. So I will copy this, paste it in here, and remove the date of birth since I don't need it to register a user. Now, since we have this valid annotation, this means that I need to add some validation annotations from the validation starter or dependency that we added when we created the project. So here I can say it should not empty. So here not empty. And now also I can specify or precise a message. So like maybe you will get the feeling that I'm going a bit fast, but like I'm going in a normal way. And because I explained all this in my Ultimate Ultimate Spring Boot course, so if you are not familiar with that, if you don't really get this 100% or like in an easy way, I really recommend that you go and check the course first, and then you can come back here and start or like continue learning. So here I will start with the first name is mandatory, for example. And here also I want it to be not blank, so not empty. It will check if the object is not empty. So this one is not empty. If I just pass only one space but is blank, it will make sure that even like I don't have any blank spaces. So I will copy this one here, and also here it will be just last name, last name is mandatory, and also email and password. So for the email, so it will be email is mandatory, and also the same for password. But for email, I can also provide some other annotation. We have an email annotation. So this email, we can also add a message. So email is not well formatted. So this in case, for example, a user passes an email in this format. So Ali at mail. That's it, like without .com, without .something. So this will not be valid. Again, for the password, we can use the size annotation, and we can specify the min. For example, let's say it's the minimum for password, it should be 8 characters, and a message, let's say password should be between 8, should be, let's say 8 characters long minimum. Just minimum. All right, so here I can let you play with the messages and also with everything, with the fields and what you want to validate exactly. You can also create a custom validation or a custom validator. If you don't know, just drop a comment, and I will create a dedicated video for that to show you how to create a custom validator. All right, so now we have the registration request. What we need to do next is to implement this register. But before going there, before going deeper into the registration mechanism, or let me do it the other way around. Let's continue with the registration, and then I will show you afterwards how to catch these validation exceptions, how to display a well-formatted or a correct error message. All right. So now let's move on and implement the register method. All right, here starts the action. So this is the most interesting part, or like the amazing part. So now in order to register a user, we need to implement few steps. So the first thing, we need to check if we have, first we need to assign it a role by default. All right, so the default role of a user will be just user. Okay, so we need to fetch the user, the role by name, and assign it to the user. Next, we need to create a user object and then save it. And finally, we need to send a validation email. And to send a validation email, we need to implement an email sender service. And of course, we need to create a template or an email template for it and use it to send it to the user. All right, so these are the steps. Follow me along and let's do it. All right. So as I mentioned, the first step, I will create an object of type user role. I will not call it user role. And here I will need my user or my role repository. And before that, I need, of course, to add my required Args constructor. And here I need my role repository. And let's call it role repository. All right, so user role equals role repository dot find by name, and the name is user. Okay, so our default role will be user, and here or else we can just do throw, for example, but here I will add a to do, and I will call it better exception handling, maybe. Just to have to handle in a better way the exception, but for now it's not that important. So I will just throw new illegal state exception. Even as I mentioned, this is not the best one. So here, let's say role user was not found, or maybe was not initialized, because we need to initialize it ourselves. So here we fetch the user role. If it's not found, it will throw an exception and it will interrupt the execution of our method. So here I will create an object user, and I will use the user.builder, and then I will set the first name, which is my request.getFirstName. Same for last name, which is request.getLastName. And then I need the email, which is also again the request.getEmail. And here I need the password. So now I will keep it empty and I will come back to it in few seconds. So account locked, I would say false. So by default, the account is locked, but the account enabled also false, since the account should be enabled when the user first registers a new account and he needs to enable it himself. So then, a list of roles, so it will be a list.of and then user role. All right, so that's why we fetch the user role at the beginning and then .build. So here, let's come back to the password. So since in our security, or let's say beans config, here for the authentication provider, we said that we want to use the user detailed service, which is this one, the one that we implemented. And also we want to use a password encoder. So Spring, when he will perform the checks, he will see, or he will check if the password or the raw password provided matches the hashed password. If it doesn't match, he will say that the passwords are not okay and the user will not be able to authenticate. So here, the conclusion, we need to every time register a new user, we need to encode the password. So to encode the password, so here I forgot the final keyword. I need again private final password encoder and password encoder. All right, so now I can use my password encoder.encode my request.getPassword. So the password will be encoded when it will be persisted to the database. And here, of course, we need our user repository. So private final user repository, and here I need user repository dot save my user. All right. Now the final step is we need to send validation email. All right. So, and then user. So send validation email requires few steps. So the first step is to generate and save the activation token, and then we need to send the email itself. All right. So let's start with it step by step. So let's fix the typo first. I don't know why I'm doing a lot of typos, but it should be fine. Now let's move on to the send validation email implementation. So I will create it first. All right, so the first thing, I will have a var, a new token equals generate and save activation token. And I need, of course, the user. And then here I will say send email. All right, but first let's implement this generate and send activation token. So this one, it will return a string because the token is of type string. And then, so this generate and save activation token. So here, the first step is to generate a token. All right. So this generate token, I will have a string here, generated token equals generate activation token. Or let's call it just activation code. And here I will pass a parameter. So this method, we need to implement it since we don't have it. So now what we need to do, we need to generate an activation token based on a length. So here I will call this one length. For example, I want to generate a token composed of 6 digits, 9 digits, 4 digits, 2, and so on and so forth. So in order to do that, let's build the algorithm all together. So first, I will need a string object characters equals, and now I will initialize it from 0 to 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these are the elements or the characters that will compose my token. All right. So then I will need a string builder object. I will call it code builder equals new string builder. And then in order to generate a random value, we should not use just the random class. We need to use secure random, because secure random will make sure that the generated value or the generated randomly value is cryptographically secure. All right. So here I will call it secure random equals new secure random. And now I will create a for loop for int I equals 0. And then I is smaller than length, and then I plus plus. So this is a classic loop. So here I will do int random index, for example, equals secure random dot next int, and here from where I want to get the next int is from here. All right. So it will be the characters dot length. Okay. And then my code builder dot append my characters dot char at, and then my random index. So here this means that this random index will be from 0 to 9. All right, and from 0 to 9, and then I just need to pick, for example, if it generates the first time 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3, so it will be 3, and so on and so forth. So like this way the code will be generated. And finally, all I need to do is return this code builder dot to string. All right, so in this way, or this method will generate an activation code composed of 6 digits, because we passed the parameter or the value 6 in here. If I want to change it to 4, to 9, to 7, and so forth. All right. So I can also remove this one. And now let's go back to the implementation. So then I will create an object of type token equals token.builder. And here I need to set the token equals, which is the generated token, and then created at, so it will be local datetime.now. So we just created like at the same time. And here we need to set the expires at. Again, it will be local datetime.now, and then we can use plus minutes. And let's say, for example, it expires in 15 minutes. Okay. And then we need to set the user and then .build. All right. So here we need our token repository. So let's create, or let's inject this one. So private final token repository, let's call it token repository, and let's use it in here. All right. So token repository dot save the token. And finally, we need to return the generated token. All right, so here, this method is used in here. So this is our new token. And now what we need to do, we need to send an email. All right, so send validation email. So here we need to send the email to our user. So for that, we need to move on to the next step and implement our email service class, and also prepare everything, and also create our template to send it to our final user. So let's move on. All right, now let's implement our email service. So before calling any methods, I will just here go up and do a private final email service, and I will call it email service. So we don't have this class yet, so let's just go ahead and create it. And instead of auth, I will move it to a package called email. And now I will give it the service, and also I will use the required args constructor in case I need to inject anything. So here, in order to implement this email service, I will need a private final Java mail sender. All right, so it's a mail sender. And then I need also, since we want to send HTML templates, so here we need a private final. It's called Spring Template Engine. And it's the one from org.timeleaf.spring6. All right, so let's call it Template Engine. So here it will claim that there is no bean of type Java mail sender. Don't worry about that one. Just go ahead and keep implementing. All right, so here I will just create a public void send email. So this send email, it will take a bunch of parameter. So first string to, like to whom I want to send this email. Again, I want to string user name just to put it in the template. And then I want an email template name. So this will be an enum. So I will call it email template. We will create it just in few seconds. And then we need the string, our confirmation URL. So how the user can confirm his account. Okay. And then we need our string activation code. So it's activation code. And then we need the string subject. So this is the email subject. All right, first let's create this email template. And as I mentioned, it will be an enum, and we can also keep it in the same package. So here what I will do, I will create an activation or activate underscore account. And this one, I will call it activate underscore account. So this just to dynamize a little bit my enum, and also for the template naming and so on and so forth. So here I will create a private, since we have a parameter here, I need to create a private final string name. And also I need to add the getter. And of course we need a constructor. So let's generate a constructor with the name. And now we are done with our with our enum. So let's go back to the implementation. So here we have something to be added. All right, so now let's go back to the implementation of our method. So first thing, I have string template name. And first I need to check if the email template, if my email template is null, just it's a safety check. So the template name equals confirm email. All right, just in case I don't pass the email template. So here, this is just a fallback for the template that I want to use. Else, my template name equals email template dot name. All right. Next, so here we need to configure our mail sender. So for this one, we need an object of type myMessage. As you can see, it's from jakarta.mail.internal, and I will call it myMessage equals mail sender dot create myMessage. All right, so no parameters are required in here. And then we have a myMessage helper. So let's call it helper equals a new myMessage helper. And for this one, we need to pass our myMessage, and then we need to pass also how is the multipart mode. So here we have multipart mode mixed, which is the myMessage helper, and we will see this parameter later on, and the encoding type, which is in UTF-8 standard charset dot UTF-8. So now and here of course .name, since we need only the name. So let's import statically these ones just to gain some space, and also add static import. So this method, it will throw a messaging exception. So let's add the exception to the method signature. So it will be here throw messaging exception, and then let's continue with the implementation. So now how to pass, or how we can pass some parameters to our email template, which is the HTML template. So to do that, we need to create a map of string and then object. So like if type string object, and let's call it properties equals new hash map. All right. So now we can set the set of the different properties that we have. So here we have property.put, and the first one, it will be username, and then it will be the value also username. The second one, so let me duplicate it. So the second one is confirmation URL, and this one is also confirmation URL. And finally, we have our activation code, activation underscore code, and its activation code. So here, these are the properties. Okay. So next, so now we need to create an object of type context. So the context, it should be from org.timeleaf.context. It should not a different package. Otherwise, you might face some issues. So I will call it context equals new context. And then I can say context.set variables. All right. So the variables, I need to pass a map. So it's our properties object or properties map that we created right here. So this is how we can send, or we can pass properties to our application or to our template, which is in this case the context. So now let's add the properties of our email. So it will be helper.set from, and here it will be like, I will use a static value. So I will say contact at alibucoding.com, and helper.set to whom I want to send, which is a parameter that I will receive. And finally, a helper.set subject. You can also pass other things if you have attachments and so on and so forth, but for our case or for our scenario, this will be, or this should be enough. All right, then now we need to process the template. So the template, I will have a string, I will call it template equals my template engine dot process, and to process we need to pass the template name and then the context in case we have parameters. All right, so this is why we needed the context variable right here. So now I will show you and I will tell you the secret how to process, or like how Thymeleaf and Spring are able to locate the template name and just directly process it. Okay, so then our helper.set text, and here it's template, and we need to pass a flag true just to say if this is an HTML template or not. Finally, our mail sender dot send, and what we need to send, our my message. And finally, this is the implementation of this send email method. But before that, so since the send email might be a little bit heavy or like time consuming, so we don't want to block the user and make the user wait until the email is sent, so we need to send this one asynchronously. So here I can use the async annotation, but when we have this async annotation, we need to come here, and again we need enable async. All right, so in this way, Spring will enable the asynchronous execution of methods. So this one is async. All right, so now let's go back and let's continue implementing or adding our template. So the template here, what we mentioned in here. So we said that we have a string template and then template engine.process template name. So the template name is this variable that we created right here. So if we don't pass an email template or a correct one, so it will fall back to the default name, which is confirm email. Otherwise, it will be using that one. All right, so here, but in this email template name, we have only one template, or like we have only one value, which is activate account. All right, with this activate account, what we need to do, so Spring and Thymeleaf are smart enough, so automatically, or the default location where Thymeleaf and Spring, they will look up for the templates is inside the resources and then templates folder. So what I need to do here is to create a file or an HTML file. So just create a file for now, and I will call it activate account, for example. I hope I don't make any typos, .html. All right, so by default here, so by default, it will automatically point to the templates and it will try to find an activate account.html template, and then it will process it with like also bypassing the context. So now let's move on and implement this activate account email template. So I will try to use like an existing one. I will not create it from scratch, but I will just use an existing template to generate or to create our email template, and I will show you the output just in a few moments. All right, so here I just copy pasted the HTML content. So here it's just a classic HTML page. So this is the head, and here we have the styling, and here all the email is in this place right here. So now what we have a title, account activation, and here we have a P or like a paragraph with a classic greeting, which is like it's defined in here. So this greeting, it's defined somewhere. And then we have the text hello and then username. So here th means Thymeleaf and then text. So it will later on it will process it automatically to display it or display hello and then username. So here, thank you for signing up. Please use the following activation code to activate your account. And here we will be displaying the activation code in the same way as th text. And finally, we have the link, or like we give the link, and the link, it will be something like this, like href. So this is the confirmation URL. And here we need to be careful, like to use the same thing right here. So if I go back to the email service, like this activation code should be the same as the one used in the template. Otherwise, like it will not, or Spring will not be able to process or to map the parameters that we pass from here, or the properties within these placeholders right here. All right, so let's see the output of this one. Like our email template looks like this. So just zoom in so you can see it. So here we have activation account. So since this is just a display, so that's why we cannot see the hello Mr. and we cannot see the code, and here the button to activate the account. So we will see this in details later on when we do the first try or the first test of our authentication method. All right, now let's go back to our authentication service. So here we have our email service, and what we need to do here in this place. So all I need to do is email service.send email. So send email. So the first thing is user.getEmail. So this is to whom we want to send the email, and then user.getFullName. So user we have here, okay, it needs to be public. That's why we were not able to get the full name. So let's go back here and full name, and then we have our email template.activate account, and then we need an activation URL. So we will come back to this one later. And then we have our new token, the token that we generated, and the subject, let's say it's account activation. All right, so now let's create a field called activation URL. And this one, again, I will go to application dev.yaml, and here I will also create another property in here. So now in the same level as security, I will say mailing, for example, and then let's say front end. I will call it like this because like this one, it will be used from the front end mainly. So front end, and then I will say activation -URL, and here it will be http:// so localhost. And I know that my front-end application, which we will develop, or we will implement it using Angular. It runs on the port 4200, and then I will create a route later on. I will call it activate account. So now let's copy this value, and let's go back here, and we can use again the value annotation with this. All right, so now just to make sure that we did not make any typos, just control and click on it, and it will navigate you to the usage. All right, now let's go back in here. So this send email, it throws an exception. So we need to add the exception method to the signature, and in the same way, we need to add it to the controller right here. So we need to add it to the method register. And again, we need to add it here to this method in this controller. So in this way, we implemented the register functionality. So let's resume what we did. So we try to get the user role. If we don't find it, we just throw an exception because we need to initialize it, and we will do it later. Then we create a user object, and then we persist the user in the database. And here, don't forget to encode the password and set the enabled to false, because by default, the account should not be enabled unless the user enables it using the activation code that we will send using the send validation email. So this send validation email, it will generate a new token. So here, generate and save activation token. So here we created, or we implemented, a method to generate an activation code. So we passed a variable length. So here we initialized a characters from 0 to 9, since we want, or we decided to have a digit codes. So then string builder to store the result, and here we have a secure random. So the secure random, it will just generate a secure integer using the length of these characters. Okay, so it will be from 0 to 9 value, and then we just pick the object from here, and then we just return it. So now once we generate the token, we save it to the database. So we we create or we generate a token object. Here we have the token and the created at, it's like the local datetime.now, and expires in 15 or 10 minutes. It's up to you. And then the user who to whom this token is assigned, and then build, and then save, and finally we generate or we return the generated token. And then we call the method email service.send email with the user email and so on and so forth. And this send email, as we mentioned, it's an async method, and also it uses the template that we just created in here. So it's this one, as we saw it, or we saw the preview of this template. All right, so now we are done with the email sending. We can whether proceed to the first test, and we see if we are able to register a user and send an email. So let's first test it, and then we can proceed with the rest of our application. All right, now let's proceed to the first test. So before we start, I started my Docker Compose and I started the application, and here all you need to do is to navigate to the localhost and then 1080, and it will open this mail dev interface. So if we receive any mail, it will be displayed exactly right here. So as mentioned here, now receiving all emails on port 1025. So for information, you can check the GitHub repository and so on and so forth. So now let's go back to our IDE and let's start the application. So here, let's see if the application is going to start, which is not. So we have something is not working. So here, let's check the exception. If we scroll a little bit up, so here, let's see. All right, so here it says that org.hibernate dialect postgre SL dialect. So first we made a small typo. So if we open here our application dev, so we see here that we have postgre SQL. So we are missing the queue, and also let's not forget to add the server.port. And as I mentioned before, I want my application to be running on the port 8088. So now let's go ahead and restart the application. So the first thing, so now the application is running and the context path is API/v1, and the application is running on the port 8088. So here, let's go ahead and check our database. So here we have the database which is already created, and here I'm connected to the PostgreSQL running on my local host. So I will refresh, and here we see that we have 4 tables: user, role, token, and user roles. And we have also the sequences: user sequence, role sequence, and token sequence. All right, so now let's go ahead and proceed and do the first test. So I will open Postman right here. So we'll be using Postman, and here I made some configuration for you just to gain some time. So here I just defined here in my locals, in my environment variables. So if I click on this local right here, so here, if we display this information, you see that API URL is HTTP localhost, and the API port is 8088. All right. So next, what we need to do is just to click and send. So here, this is my URL. It's a post request, and it's pointing to /API/v1/auth/register, which is my register endpoint in the auth controller. And then we need to send a body. So the body is of type JSON, and here we just provided all the information as mentioned before. So the first name is Ali Bouali, and email ali@mail.com, and the password, which is password11. So now if I click on send, so okay, so here the request is not passed. So here we have a 403. Let's go ahead, let's go back to our IntelliJ and check what is the problem. So here we see that we have an exception. If I scroll to the top and let's check the exception. So here we see that we have user role was not initialized. And this is coming from the authentication service. And as we can see here, we try to get the user role, but we don't have any user role with the role user. So to fix this one, all we need to do is to go here. So it's just a fix to initialize the user. What we need to do is to create a command line runner. So here I can provide a bean, and this bean will be public command line runner, and let's call it runner. And in this runner, I can inject any bean. All right, so here I want to inject my role repository. Let's call it role repository. So now all I need to do is to return something like this, args, and then just semicolon at the end. So here what I need to do, so here I will check if my role repository dot find by name, and I want to check if I have my user role dot is empty. So if I don't have any role in the database with the name or with the role name equals user, what I want to do, I want to create another one. So role repository dot save, and here I will just create my role object. So role dot builder and then dot name, and I will give it username dot build, and here semicolon of course, and another semicolon right here. So now if I restart the application, this command line runner will be executed and it will insert a user role in my role table. So if I check it right here, so here we see that I have a role called user, and then we can go back to Postman and send this request again and see if the request will pass or not. So if I click on send, we see that we have 202 accepted. And now if I go to my email or my mail dev, we see that we have a new email, account activation to ali@mail.com. If I click on it, so here you see it's from contact@alibocoding.com to ali@mail.com. And here we have account activation as a title as we provided in the template. And here, hello Alibu Ali, thank you for signing up, and so on and so forth. And this is the token or the activation code that we generated. So if we go back also to the database and check the token database. So for the token database, we see that we have this token and it was created at this time and expires at this time, and it's not yet validated, and it's assigned to the user ID equals 1. Since we also have a user, the one that we just created with this email, and it's enabled false, and this is the password, it was hashed, the last name, and so on and so forth. So what we implemented so far is working correctly and as expected. So now we can proceed to the implementation of the activate account and the login functionalities of our application. All right, now let's move on and implement the next method. So after the registration, I want to implement again another method, which will be a post mapping, and this time it will be /authenticate. And this one, it will be a public response entity, and then it will be of type authentication response. So I don't have this object yet, so I will create it in few moments. So here authenticate, and this authenticate, we need to ask for a request body, and this request body will be of type authentication request. So we don't have this authentication request yet, but we will create it in few moments also. All right, so here we have the authentication request. Also, we can make this one valid, and we can add the validation for this one. And then all I need to do is return a response entity dot okay, and then I will call my service dot authenticate. And of course I need to pass my request as a parameter. So now let's start creating this object. So first we need our authentication request. So this authentication request, let's create it as a class in the same package. So again, I need my getter, I need a setter annotation, and also I need my builder annotation. So this one, it's almost similar to the registration request. So I will copy just these two fields right here, which is email and password. All right, so I will paste it in here. And this is the object for our authentication request. So because we need the email and the password, and both of them, they will have the same validation. Alright, so now if I go back here, I need also to create an authentication response object, and this authentication response will contain for now only one object. So I will create a private string token, which will be our JWT token. Again, we need the getter and setter, and also the builder annotation. Now, if I go back here, the last step is to create this authenticate method inside our authentication service class. So now if we go back to our authentication service, we can start implementing our authenticate method. So to authenticate the user, since it's already valid, so we don't need to care about the validation step. We will implement it just in few moments after we finish this one. I will show you how we can validate the objects. So now I will create a variable auth equals, and here I will need an object of type authentication manager. So this authentication manager, I will inject it right here. So here again, I will say private final authentication manager, which is an interface coming from Spring. I will call it authentication manager. But here we see that we don't have any object of type authentication manager, so we need to provide it. So in order to provide a bean or to create a bean of type authentication manager, I will jump to the config package and then beans config. And in here, after this one, maybe I will create a public authentication manager, and I will call it authentication manager. So this one, I need to inject an object of type authentication configuration. And I will call it config. So with this authentication configuration, all I need to do is to return config.getAuthenticationManager. And now, of course, this one, it will throw an exception. So let's add it to the method signature, and we need to mark this method as a bean. So like this, Spring will scan it and also will provide this bean. So here the error is gone, and now we can go back and proceed to authenticate our user. So the authentication is so simple. All we need to do is to call the authenticate method from the authentication manager. And this authenticate method, it takes as a parameter an object of type username password authentication token, which is the first class. And here all I need to do is to pass the request.getEmail and also request.getPassword. All right. So this method, it will take care of the whole authentication process if everything, or if the username and password are correct. So it will return the authentication. Otherwise, it will just throw an exception, and we will catch the exception later on, and also return a decent and a correct error message to our final user. So here, if we come to this step, to this line, this means that the authentication went correctly and the user is authenticated and all the information that were provided are correct. So here I will create an object claims, which is a new hash map of type string and object. All right. So string object. And then I will need my user. So the user, I don't need to fetch it again from the database because I can get it from the authentication, because this authenticate method will return an object of type authentication. All right. So all I can do is to cast this object to a user. All right. So here I will cast my authentication to user, which is the auth.getPrincipal. That's why in the user class, we also implemented the interface principle. All right. And here what I can do. So now I have my user object. Next, so I can say claims.put, for example, and I can put the full name, and the full name will be the user.fullname. All right. So finally, what I need to do, I need to create or to generate my JWT token. So equals, and here I need my JWT service. So I will inject it in here. So here I will inject my private final JWT service, and I will call it JWT service. So here JWT service dot generate token, and this generate token I have or I can pass the user and also the claims. So let me check. Here we have this one. It should be also public, since I can use it publicly. So now I can go back here. So generate token, and I need to pass the user and the claims. All right. So now I can close this one. I can also close this and this one. So what I need to do, or like what I need to return finally, is my object authentication response .builder.build. And here all I need to do is to provide the token, which is my JWT token. All right, so this is the token, and now we are done with the authentication method. So if I go back here, we see that this method is already done. We can whether proceed and test it, but before doing that, we need to manually enable the user that we created, because here the account enabled its false and we did not implement the activation yet. But we can set it to true, for example, and proceed to the login test. So let's do it this way, and then we will disable it, or like we can even register a new user and start or like test the whole application or the whole process again. So now finally, all we need to do is to implement another method, which will be a get mapping. And for this get mapping, it will be /activate-account. So this is the method that we will be using to activate an account. So here I will call it public void and then confirm, just to confirm the account. And what we need here is a request param. So it's a request parameter and a string token. So this will be our token that we want to validate it against the token that was issued or generated for the user. And here all I need to do is to call service.activate-account. And this activate account will take the token as a parameter. So we don't have this method yet. So let's go ahead and create it. So now let's move on to the implementation of this activate account. So the first thing, we need to mark this one as transactional. The first step is we need to retrieve the token from the database. So I will create an object called saved token equals my token repository dot find by token, which is the token that we received as a parameter. And then we can say or else throw, and we can throw an exception. So here we can also just throw a new runtime exception, and here also I can have or add a to do. Maybe exception has to be defined, for example. So, but for now, I will just throw a new runtime exception, and I will call it invalid token as a message. So here, the first test I need to do is if my local datetime.now is after what? After the saved token.get expires at. So this means if the token has already, or if the token is already expired, what I need to do here, we need to send the validation email again, and we need to throw a new runtime exception. So I will call the send validation email of my saved token.get user, since the token is already assigned to a user. And here we know that this send validation email throws an exception. So I will add it to the method signature. And then all I need to do is to throw a new runtime exception. And here I can provide, or like I can specify the message activation token has expired. So a new token, for example, has been sent to the same email address. All right, so now we managed this part, or like we handled this rule. Otherwise, if the token is not expired, what I need to do is user equals token token.getUser. So whether we can get the user from the saved token object, or we can fetch it again from the database. So here it's up to you. Like we can say that it's better to get it from here, but just here to double check that the user is correct and everything is fine, what I will be doing is I will call my user repository dot find by ID, and then I will call the saved user dot get user dot get ID, and here or else throw, and here we can throw an exception of new username not found exception, something like that. So here we can say user not found, and then what we need to do, we need to set user dot set enabled to true. So we enable the user, and then we say user repository dot save the user. And finally, don't forget to validate the token. So here the saved token dot set validated at, and it will be local date time dot now, and then token repository dot save our saved token. So we need to update the token that the token has been validated. So this is the method to validate an account, and of course here we need also to throw or to add the exception to the method signature, since it also throws this messaging exception right here. So now we can proceed to the test, not the implementation. Since the implementation is done, we can proceed to the test of this whole functionality, and we can make sure, or like we need to make sure that everything is working fine from registration to the account activation and also to the login. All right, so now let's test this whole registration and login process with the email validation. I will restart the backend, and then we can move to Postman and start or restart the whole process. So here the application is up and running. If I open Postman, so here I have the register endpoint, and I have also the login endpoint and the activate account. So for the activate account, we already registered one user, and now I think that the token has been expired. So if again we go back to this email, and I will copy this activation token, and I will go back to Postman, and here I prepared the activate account, which points to the API v1 auth activate account, and then we have our token. All right, so if I send here, so we see that we have a 403 forbidden. Let's check why. Of course, we will have some exception, and this is the exception that was thrown, that maybe the account, so the activation token has expired, a new token has been sent to the same email address. So if I go back to the email address, we see that we have a new email right here. So if I use this one and use it instead of the old one, and I click send, so here we have a 403 again. Let's check what is the exception. So just clean it and send it again. So now let's check the exception. So it's invalid token, and let's see why we have this behavior. So invalid token means that in our authentication service and then activate account, so we have here this invalid token. But let's check our database if we have this token already saved in the database. So it's not. Why? Because here when we send the validation email, so we have generate a new token and generate and save new token. So here we have the token, and we generate it, and then we save it. So something is wrong here. So we need to check what is going on. Okay, I think I know why we have this behavior. So if we check this activate account, since the method is transactional, and here when we try to send a validation email, and here we throw an exception, so this transactional method, it will roll back on any exception. So I will just remove this transactional and restart the application, and let's see, or we will see what is going on. Alright, so the application is up and running. So now if I go back again and try to hit the activate account, let's try if I can, so I will send it again with the old token. Now we can go and check if we have a new token that has been generated. So yes, it's the case, and we have, this is the new token, but we should also receive an email. So if I click on this email, so this is the new token. Now, if I go back to Postman and use this new token, we should get a 200 OK, which is already the case. All right. So now if we check again, if I refresh this token, we see that the validated at has been changed. And also if I check the user, we will find that the user has been set to enabled true. All right. So now the process of validating the user or enabling the user account using the email is working fine. Now let's go ahead and try the login. All right. So for the login, we have this endpoint, which is /authenticate, and we have our request body, which is the email that we created and the password. So now if I click on send, we see here that we have this token. So at this step, everything is working fine, and the whole security and the whole registration, logging and account activation process and mechanism is working absolutely fine. And also the template is looking nice. Personally, I like it so much. So now we can proceed to the implementation of the rest of our API and our backend and the whole application. All right, so the next step is, we saw that when we try to log in a user, or if some exception happens inside our application, like this one, for example, invalid token, or when we try to authenticate a user and the user account is locked or is not enabled, or this means disabled, or if we have any kind of exception, we need to handle this and return a decent response to the end user. So in this part, it comes the exception handling of our exceptions in our application. So to do that, I will create a class and I will call it global exception handler, and I will create it in a package. I will call it handler. So here handler, and I will create a class, call it global exception handler. So now to make this class as a global AutoMarket as an exception handler, all we need to do is to annotate our class with a REST controller advice. All right, so the REST controller advice, I already explained it in the Ultimate Spring Boot course, so you can check it there to have more and more understanding in details. So here I will create a public response entity. And this public response entity, I will create an object or a class. I will call it exception response. So we don't have it yet, but we will create it. And here I will create the method. I will call it handle exception. And this handle exception, so this handle exception, it will catch one exception that we want to provide, one or many exceptions. So here for the first one, we will start with the locked exception, and let's call it EXP. All right, so the first thing, let's go ahead and create this exception response first. So I will create class in the same package, and I will call it exception response. So this exception response is just a wrapper for the response if we have an exception within our class. So here I will add getter and setter, some Lombok annotations, and also I will need the builder, and again the all args constructor and no args constructor. And here I will add one property, which is the JSON include. So I want to include only the non-empty attributes. So for this JSON include, we have a JSON include dot include, and then I want to include only the non-empty attributes. All right. So here let's define few attributes for this one. Let me reduce this. And first we will have a private integer, and it will be a business error code. So here I will assign a business error code to each exception or to each type of exception that will happen or that will be thrown in my application. Then I will have a private string business exception description. And then I will have also a private string error, so you can define any attributes that you find it useful for your case. And then I will provide also a private set of string, so this will hold the list of validation errors. And finally, I will also provide a private map of string and string, so like the key string and the value string, and we call it errors. All right, so this is my exception response. Also for this business error code and business exception description, here not exception, I will just call it error description. I will create an enum that holds all the information or all the possible business error codes or business codes in my application. So let's go ahead and do it first. So here in the same package, and I will create an enum and I will call it business error code. So I will call it codes, plural, and here I will define an enum, and this enum will have or will hold the information, a code just as an int, a description, and also the HTTP status that we want to return to the user. So here I will create a private int code and a private string description. It will be more clear when we implement at least the first business code, and also we can create a private HTTP status, and let's call it HTTP status code. So here I will make all of them final, and of course we need our getters. So here I will add the getter annotation from Lombok. And of course, we need to have our constructor containing all these attributes. All right. So now let's start with the first one, and let's call it no error or no code. So just to make things clear, so it will have a 0 as a code. So here I will just inverse this one, so it will be code and then HTTP status and finally the description. So here it will be no code, and here we have something called not implemented, which is this one. I can use a static import for it, and finally the description, I will say no code, and then comma. So here, for example, I can use account logged, and this account logged, it will have, for example, 302, and then it will be forbidden as an HTTP status, and here I will say user account is locked. All right, so this is just an example. You can define it the way you want, and you can define anything you want. So before that, I will prepare all of them, all the business code that I will be using in my application, and then I will just use them when I need. So the next one is incorrect current password. So this is for the process of changing the password. So incorrect current password, and it will have, for example, 300 as a code, and it will be a bad request. And here, for example, current password is incorrect. I will duplicate this one. So here we have new password does not match. Does not match, and it will be 301, for example. So here, like the thing that I'm using like an incremental number just to define my codes. And here, for example, I can say the new password does not match. New password does not match. So we have our account logged. So we can also define account disabled and bad credential. So account disabled, and it will be 303, again forbidden. And here is user account is disabled. And finally, the last one, it will be bad credentials, for example. So here underscore, and this one, it will be 304 forbidden, and the message, it will be login and / or password is incorrect. Alright, so now I just defined my business error codes. We can go back to our global exception handler and we can finish or finalize the implementation of the different exceptions that we want to catch. So now when you define your handle exception method with this exception, there is one annotation which is important, which is called exception handler. And here what we want to handle is the locked exception dot class. Alright, so now when we catch this exception, I want to return a response entity dot status. So the status will be unauthorized, or HTTP status dot unauthorized. I can also import it as or import it statically, and here we need to define the body. So the body will be of type exception response dot builder dot build. So now we can build our exception response. So here we have our business error code, which is account locked, or let's import it from the business error code dot account locked dot get code. All right, so also we can import this one statically, and then dot business error description. It will be also account locked dot get description, and finally we can set the error, which is our exp or our exception dot get message. So we can get the message from the locked exception and then dot build. So that's it for the locked exception. I will duplicate this method, and the next exception that I want to catch is the disabled exception dot class. All right, here it should be also the same disabled exception. And for the disabled exception, it will be also unauthorized. And here what I can use instead of account locked is account disabled. The same here, account disabled, and that's it. So you can see once you implemented like the first time, the rest will be much easier. So let's implement also the next one, which will be the bad credentials exception dot class. So Spring will throw like these three exceptions. And here again, bad credentials exception. And for the bad credential exceptions, it will be also unauthorized, which is the 401. And here we will say bad credentials, and here bad credentials. And for the error, we can also use the bad credentials dot get description, since it's the same like login and or password is incorrect. And then now we can come to the final part, which is well, not exactly the final part, but this one. So it will be a messaging exception. So when we are not able to send an email, for example, for one reason, for one or many reasons. So here it will be for the status, it will be internal server error, since it's something related to our application. And here what we will be sending, we have an exception response, and we will provide only the error. So the error, it will be something like exp.get message. So we will just display the error message that was thrown by this messaging exception, or while we try to send the email. I will implement another method or another exception handler when, and this one is in the case when the user sends invalid data. And for example, if we want to register a user and we do not provide email, password, first name, last name, so we will catch the exceptions, and this comes from here, from auth, for example, and this will be thrown by this valid annotation. All right, so let's go back here, and this exception, or the exception that will be thrown, is called method argument not valid exception. So let's use the same one here, but the implementation will be a little bit different in here. All right, so now the first thing what we need to do, we need to create a set of string, and then let's call it errors equals new hash set. So you know, like a set doesn't allow the applications. So because for example in here in our authentication request, so we might find the same error so many times, because like we want to validate it for not empty and not blank, but the message is the same, but we want to display it only one time. So that's why we need to use a set in here. So now all I need to do is exp or my exception dot get binding result dot get all errors. And then once I get all the errors, I will do a for each. I will loop over them. So I will create an object called error. And then I will create a variable and I will call it error message equal error dot get default message, and then I will add it to my set. So errors dot add and error message. So once I collected these errors, all I need to do is to return this one. So this will be a bad request. So since the request is not correct, and here it will be exception response as always, and here instead of error it will be dot validation errors, and it will be my set that I created or I generated right here. So now we have we catched almost everything. The final method that I want to implement is the following. So I will duplicate again this one. So here it will be just exception. All right. So in case I get an exception or any type of exception which is not handled in my application, what I want to do, so let's remove this one. And what I want to do is I want to return an internal server error. And here I will say .business error code, just description first. And here I will say internal error. Please contact the admin, for example. And then the error it will be my exp.get message. All right. So here also a good thing that we need to do. So here we need to log the exception. At least we can see it in the console in case something happened, because this exception or this global exception handler, it will absorb any exception. So here instead of logging it, I will just do exp.print stack trace to print it in my console or in my logs. But later on we will implement logging, the logging mechanism for the application, and we will transform a lot of this. All right, so now we implemented the exception handling for our application, and anytime we get or an exception happens in my application, it will be handled. So let's go ahead and try this one. So I will start the application. So now the application is up and running. So if I go back to Postman and I try, for example, to register a user, and I will not provide the username, the first name and last name. And if I click on send, we see that we have a 400 bad request. And here we see that first name is mandatory, last name is mandatory. And also if I do the same for the email and click send, we will see that email is mandatory. So for example, if I change the format or if I provide a wrong format for the email, we will get a different one. Email is not formatted. All right. So this is how the validation works. And now we see that we are catching everything. All right. So now we made good progress. So let's move on to the next part and let's start implement the different features of our application. All right, guys, so this is really a good progress. So now let's go ahead and start implementing the front end of our Book social network. So here I will open my terminal, and by the way, I want to highlight that if you are not familiar with Angular, please check out the Angular course for beginners. This will really help you. So here to do the first thing, so now I want to make sure that I'm in the root folder, which is my book social network, and in here I will create a new Angular project. So the command is ng new, like to create a new Angular project, and I will call it book network UI. And this will create or will generate a new Angular project for us, and it will be as well in the root folder of our application. So here it's asking us if we want to generate or to create Angular routing. So we will answer yes. And for the styling or for the style sheet format, we will be using SCSS. And now all we need to do is to wait for the project to be generated and to install all the dependencies. So the dependencies Angular will generate default ones, and here, as we can see here, it's just installing the Angular dependencies using the command npm install. So afterwards we will add few other dependencies. So while the project is running, let me show you, or let's see together what we will be using as a front end. So here let's go to get bootstrap web application, or the website get bootstrap. So it's get, not got. So this is the official website of Bootstrap. So here all we need to do is to install Bootstrap and start using it. So this is what we will be doing. Alright, so now let's go ahead, let's go back and check if the project is already created. So the answer is yes. So the project is ready now. Let's have a look on it. So here we see that we have the project with the node modules and so on and so forth. Here we have the app, we have the main component or the app component, which is the initial one. We have the style.scss and so on and so forth. This, as I mentioned, I explained it in details in the course Angular for Beginners. So now first let's start setting up the project, or even we can start running it. So I will just navigate first to book UI or book network UI folder. So like I want to go inside this folder, and the first thing I will do is I will run the application ngserve, and to see, or like to check if my application is running correctly and if everything is fine. All right, so now, like as you can see, it's generating the browser application bundle. So this means like it's starting to generate the bundles for the application, and now the application is up and running. And as you can see, we can access the application on or using this address on the browser. So let's go to our browser. And here I will just navigate to localhost 4200. So here, as you can see, we have our book network application. Here, this is like the default page that was generated by Angular. And here we have like few commands, like how to create a new component, how to use Angular material, and so forth. So now let's go back and let's start cleaning up our project. So the first thing I will be doing, I will go to this app component, and I will delete everything or every line except the last line, which is router outlet. So now if I go back to the browser, you will see that now the page is fully empty. All right, so let's come back here. And now all we need to do is to start installing few dependencies that we will need, and we will start with Bootstrap. So now all I need to do here, as you can see, we can go back to our Bootstrap web application, or like the official website of Bootstrap. And here all we need to do is to copy this command to the clipboard, and let's go back to our terminal right here. Let's open a new one and make sure that you are inside the folder book network UI. So here, let me navigate to book network UI. And all I need to do is to paste this command and run it. And then this will add a new dependency. As you can see here in the package JSON, we see here that we have a new dependency called Bootstrap, and the version is 5.3.3.3. All right, so now to make sure that Angular is correctly installed, what we need to do is to add some properties and to import a few things in order to make Bootstrap available in my Angular application. All right, so what I need to do is just to go to this styles.scss. So here like we have two options, whether to import it here in this angular.json file, or we can also import the bootstrap files in my styles.scss. As explained, the styles.scss is the global styling file or styling sheet, which is applicable or can be applicable to all the resources and all the components of our application. So for that, let's type import, and what we want to import is bootstrap, and then /dist for destination, and then CSS, and bootstrap.min.css. So let's choose this one, which is this bootstrap.min.css. means minified, so like we don't need, or like we don't have this long CSS file like with the formatting. So the main, like, it will reduce the size of the file. All right, so next what we need, also we will need few icons, right? So here I will also go and check a website. It's called Font Awesome. Font Awesome, and here we can also use the Font Awesome free for that one, and we can use it for our application. All right, so here if we go to the documentation, we can find the installation somewhere, but we can also use the terminal and use it directly. All right, so now let's go back here and let's open our command line, and we can install our Font Awesome. So for the Font Awesome, it's npm, so the command is npm install. And then we have, or like the package is called Font Awesome /Font Awesome free, because like there are two types, or like two dependencies. One is free, and the other one is not for free. So let's install the free one, or also let me make it easier for you. And here all we need to do is Font Awesome free Angular install. So this is how I do things if I do not know what to do. So this is everything that I need to do, and mainly I go to the npm.js website, and here you see that we have this dependency that we can install. All right, so here let me just make sure that it's the correct one. So not this is not the one that I want to use. All right, so I will just use the command line as I mentioned. So this is the dependency name. It's Font Awesome /Font Awesome free, and it will by default try to install the latest version. So now if we go back again to our package.json file, we see that here we have the version 6.5.1. All right, again, we need to import this style or this file in our application and to make it global and available globally. So here it will be again Font Awesome /Font Awesome free /CSS, and then we can import the file called all.min.css. So now we have everything is available, and just to make sure that Bootstrap as well as Font Awesome are available in my application, what we can do, we can go here to the documentation and we can pick anything. So for example, let's say form control, and let's copy this one right here. And now if I go back and check my browser, now we see that it's well formatted. And even if I do inspect the elements, and here we see that this styling is coming from form control, which is coming exactly from the Bootstrap, as you can see in here. All right, so Bootstrap is correctly imported. Now if we do something else, for example, just to make sure that that Font Awesome is working, so here let's say fast fa I don't know, like we will use anything, for example door open, which is a Font Awesome icon. So here we see that we have this icon available right here. All right, so now our project is set up and we are ready to start implementing the application step by step. So follow me along and let's move on to the next part. All right, so now after setting up our project, which is almost ready to start developing and creating our application. But before moving forward, there is something which is super important that I want to highlight it here. So this point, or like this thing that I want to show you is first, like, of course, in an Angular application where we want to connect it within a backend, we need to implement services, right? So we need to implement services and to perform HTTP calls in order to fetch the information and to fetch data from our API, posting and getting information, and so on and so forth. But when we talk about a huge API, or an API with so many endpoints and so many services and so many business rules and so on and so forth, so this might result to a long time, or to a time consuming part where we need to create so many services. But here comes the power of OpenAPI. So OpenAPI can help us and support us in generating without the need to manually create any service. So we can automatically generate all the services for our application. The only thing that we need is to have an API specification. So for now, just follow me and focus on this part, and let me explain to you how to generate or how to create the services for your application generated automatically without the need to type any single letter to create any, or to create any service for your backend. So the first thing I will do, I will start my application, like the backend application, not the front end. So then all I need to do is to go to my browser again, and I want to open this OpenAPI or this Swagger UI interface. All right, so here we have the endpoints that we created, or like the services or the resources, feedback, book, and authentication. And here we see on the top that we have a link called /API/v1/v3/API docs. So if I click on this link, so automatically this link will open this API specification. All right, so the first thing that I will do, I will copy this one. So I just Ctrl+A to select everything and Ctrl+C to copy this. Now I will go back to my IntelliJ, or to my IDE, and here I want to create a folder in the root folder of my application. So here under source, sorry, not on the root folder, but I will just go under src folder, and I will create a new folder or new directory here, and I will call it OpenAPI. All right, so let me rename it. So OpenAPI. So now in this OpenAPI folder, I will create a new JSON file. So here, so you can whether select automatically JSON file, and here, as you can see, you have API specification. So this is the file that we want to generate, but let's generate a file from scratch. I will call it OpenAPI.json. You can also use YAML representation, but since our file is JSON file, so let's just use JSON. So I will paste everything, and now I will format my code. All right, so I used a shortcut just to format the code. So here what we can see, so we have here OpenAPI, so this is the version, and we have here the info of our application. So if you remember, or if you can link or rely, so this is what we specified when we created the OpenAPI configuration. So this is the title, description, terms of services or of service, the name, so this is the contact part, also the license, and here we have the rest of the servers, and as well as we have the security. All right, so then comes the paths. So the paths, so these are the different, or like the three or the different paths that we have within our application. All right, so here, as you can see, for example, with books, we have a get method to get or to find all the books. So this is the method find all books. We have also a post to create a book. So this one is pointing to the operation ID called save book, which is in the book controller, which is this one. So this is the method save book. All right, and so forth. So these are the different operations, as well as we have like the book cover, borrow, register, and so forth. All right, so now we can use the power of OpenAPI in the front end or in an Angular application, or even like any other type of application. If you are using another framework, some framework different than Angular, you can also use this. It's not Angular specific, or it's not even Spring Boot specific. So it's available or valid for any type of project. The only thing that you need to have is this OpenAPI specification. So here Spring helps us to automatically generate, or like we have it already generated, but with other frameworks, or like you can even write it and prepare the specification your own, right? So you can just create it, and so if you want, just drop a comment and I will create a dedicated video how to create this OpenAPI or this API specification from scratch. All right, so now let's move on to the next part. So here we need to install some dependency in order to help us to generate our services. So let's go back to this website. So all you need to do is to go to npmjs.com. All right, so this is the official website where you can find all the JavaScript dependencies, also Angular dependencies. It's something like Maven repository. All right, so here all I need to do is to search for ng OpenAPI gen. So like you need to type it this way. It's ng OpenAPI gen. So it's for OpenAPI generator, and this is like we have an exact match. So this is the ng OpenAPI generator. So all I need to do is to copy the install command and install this dependency in my application. Also, you can find all the documentation in here. You can find also like even the limitation and so on and so forth, and how to install it, how to generate your services, and all this stuff. So I did not invent anything. I'm just using what is already available in the market. So now I will open here my terminal and I will install this npm. I will run the command npm I ng OpenAPI gen. So if I go to here to my package.json, we see that we have this dependency available right here. And at the time of recording this video, it's 0.51.0. So if you find a different one, please go ahead and use it, and use the most recent version, which is always recommended and better to do. So now the next thing, as you can see here in the documentation, so in order to use this ng OpenAPI generator, all we need to do is to run a command like this. So it's ng OpenAPI gen. We need to specify the input. So where is the input of our file, or like the OpenAPI specification, which is, as I mentioned, it can be a YAML file or even a JSON file. And then we need to specify the output where we want to generate our code. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So in here, in this script, I will create a new script and I will call it API-gen. And for this API gen, I will just run this command, the ng OpenAPI generator, and then I will specify the input. So the input, as you saw, or as you remember, it's in my src folder /OpenAPI/OpenAPI.json. So this is my JSON file. And now I can also specify the output where I want to generate my services or my source files. So let's call it just like that. So I want it also to be in my src, in my source folder under app, and then I want to create a folder called services. So this folder, if we don't have it, it will be automatically created. So now let's go and check. I want to generate my output or my services under source and then app, and here I want to create a folder called services. So for now, as you can see, we don't have this folder yet. So all we need to do is just to run the command and see what will happen. Also, there is something which is really important. In case you do or you introduce some changes in your OpenAPI or in your API globally speaking, all you need to do is to rerun the application and then go again and refresh this page and click on the API v3, or even you can just refresh this page and you will get all like the latest updates. And then the next step or the final step is only to run this command right here. All right. So now let's go ahead and run it. So here, let me run npm run, and the command, we called it API-gen. So here, this will execute this API-gen command, and let's see what will happen. All right, so here we see that it says that unrecognized output, because output is without a space. So let's remove the space and rerun the command once again. And let's see what will be the output. All right. Okay, so here we are not able to find this folder. So I think I know why, because I also made a typo. So this one, it's OpenApi. All right, so now let's run it for the last time, and this time it should be working. All right, so here, let me click always add, and as you can see, here we have this folder services. And even if we check the logs, so route, API configuration, API module, function book, borrow TS, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and check what was generated. So now I can stop the backend since I don't need it for the moment. So let's go and check the services. So here you see that we have functions or FNs, and we have models here, and we have also services. So here, this is the API module.ts. So this is the module that was generated, API configuration, base service, models.ts, and so forth. So let me close all this. And now what we need to do, or like what we want to check, is first of all these models. So for example, here we have our authentication request, authentication response. Also we have our registration request. So like to register a user, of course we need first name, last name, email, and password. The same for the authentication request, which is email and password. And for the authentication response, if you remember, we just created an object with a token. So now if I do any change, or if I perform any change on my API specification and rerun again the command, it will take into account all these changes. All right. So here, these are the models. So the models, they are the object that I use to communicate with my API, which is all the request and responses type. All right. So here, for example, if we check the book response, so the book response, you see here that we have this one, and it's archived, and so on and so forth. Also, we have another object which is called page response book response. So this is the page response object that we created, and since it's a generic type, so it created automatically a class for the book response. Also, we will find a page response of borrowed book response, feedback, and so on and so forth. So here we have a content which is an array of book response, first, last, number, size, and so forth. All right, so next we have here these functions. We have authenticate, confirm, and register. So this authenticate, so these are the functions that we already created, but these functions are used in the services. So here, if we check the authentication service, we will see that in the authentication service, we have all the methods, like for example, register a user. And this register a user, so we have this method, and it will perform a call, like an HTTP call to our backend with all the things that we need. All right. So this is the register, this is the confirm, and this is the authentication. And as I mentioned, this register we call the function register that we see right here. All right. So this is the function register, this is the function confirm, authenticate, and so on and so forth. As well as for the book, we have the different function that we need. All right. So here all the services are generated. But before moving further, we just need to perform, or like to add few changes in order to make all this work without any issues. So we need to import few things, since here so these services, or these HTTP services, they will use the HTTP client, and we need of course to import our HTTP client provider in our application. So all we need to do is to go to our app module. So let me close this one, and here in our app module, let me make it full screen. So for the providers, we need to add one provider, which is our HTTP client. And of course, for the imports, or for the modules, we need also to import the HTTP client module. So don't forget about these steps, they are super important, otherwise you might face some issues or errors in the console of your browser. All right, so now everything is working fine, everything is perfect. Now we can move on to the implementation and to the creation of the first interfaces, which is login, register, and also activate account interface. So follow me along and let's move on to the next part. Alright, so now let's start creating our different components. So the first thing, I will just show you how I personally would like to organize my elements. So the first thing, I will create a folder and I will call it pages. And here I will put, or I will save all the pages components. So like any component for me that will represent a page, I will create it under the pages. Also, I will create another directory and I will call it modules. So here, if I need to create any module, I will create it inside this module folder. All right. So let's move on and create our first component, which is our login component. So here I will just navigate to the pages folder and I will create an ngGC, like ng generate component, and I will call this component login. All right. So then we can start implementing this login component. All right, so this login component, it's something that will look exactly like this. So let me open the HTML and the TS file. And first I will start with the TS file by declaring two attributes. So the first thing, I will create an object and I will call it auth request, which will be of type authentication request. And I need to initialize it to an object. All right, so here I have email, and I will initialize it to an empty value, and also password, as well as I will initialize it to an empty value. Again, I will create an object and I will call it error msg or error message, and this one will be an array of string, and I will initialize it to an empty array. So this authentication request will hold my my credentials, which is the email and password, and this error message will also save the errors in case I have something returned from my backend. All right, now let's implement our login component. All right, so the login.html will look something like we will have a page with two input fields, one for the login, one for the email, and the other one for the password, with two buttons to login and another button to navigate to the register page in order, or if we want to register a new user if the user does not already have an account. So the first thing I will be doing, I will create a div. So this will be my global one, and I will give it a few classes. So here I will be mixing the Bootstrap classes, and if I need to create my own classes or CSS classes, so I will be doing that. So here I will use first of all a container fluid and then card. So I will show you the output in just a few seconds. And here I need to create a login container in order to try to centralize my class, or like my my div here in the center of the page. So first I will start by showing you how this login container looks like. So I will open my styles.css or SCSS, and here all I need to do is to do something like this. So any div or any component or any tag having this .login container, I want my width to be 800 pixels, for example, and I want it to be important in order to apply it, like to give it more importance, and I will give it some margin top, and I want it to be, for example, 15%. Right, so this is my login container, and now we can go back here and we can finish implementing or writing the styles of our application. So the first thing I want to have is a title. So here let's say login, and for this login I can use a class which is the text center in order to have the text in the middle of my page. Then I can use an horizontal line, like an horizontal separator, and now I will create another div block. So this div block, it will contain all the error messages. So here I will give it a class alert and then alert danger. So these are Bootstrap classes, as you can see in here. So it's from bootstrap.min.css, and if this is something personal, so you will see that it's coming from Book Network UI. All right. So like this, you can spot from which framework the from which framework the styling is coming from. So I will give this one a role. So role, I will call it alert. So I just know this from using a lot Bootstrap. So also here I will add a condition. So I will add an ngIf. So I want to display this error block only if my error message dot length, only if I have some error messages. All right. If I have error messages, what I want to do, I want to have, or I will use a p tag in here, and I will loop over it. So ng4, so I will loop over all the messages. So let msg of error msg. All right. And here all I need to do is to display my message. All right. So now I'm done with the alert part. Now we can move to the next one. So here I will create another div class. So div for me is a wrapper. I want to wrap something, and I will give it class a margin bottom 3. So like to give some spacing. And here I will create my first label. And this one, it will be a label, and I will give it a class, and I will call it form label. So this form label is, as I mentioned, it's from Bootstrap. And this one will be my email address. So then I will have an input. So my input will be of type text. So here, sorry, not type text, but type email, since it's an email address. And I will give it a class, not checked, but a class. So for this, we have form control. Okay, so form control, and we can also give it an ID equals login. So this will be the ID of my input, and finally we can give it a placeholder, which is, for example, name@example.com. All right, so now I will just add something. So this label is for my login input. All right, and again, also what I want to do is I want to use an ng model. So I want to bind the value of this input to the authentication request dot email. All right. So in order to do that, what we need to do, I already explained that before, we need to do ng model. So when you use ng model, you need to import forms module in your application. All right. So when I click import, you will see here that in the app module, we have now the forms module just got imported. All right. So if you don't see this pop up, please go ahead and do it manually. All right. So now we can move on to the next one. So again, I will create another div class, div not dir, so div class, and I will also give it a class margin bottom 3. And then again, I can even copy this one like to go a bit faster. So this one, it will be for password, and this one I will change the ID to password, and here we will say password. All right. So here ng model. So I did not specify. So this one is the authentication request dot email, and this one will be the authentication request dot password, and this one it will be of type password. And here for the placeholder, we can also say password. All right. So we can also move to the next one. So the next one, like we will have a div block, and in this div block, we will have two buttons. We will have like a sign in button and a register button. So I will give some class to this div, and I want it to be a flex display or display flex, and I want to justify the content in the content between. All right. So justify content between. This means that all the elements that will be inside this div, they will be separated between the two ends of the elements of the container. All right. Also, I will give it a margin bottom 3 just to give some spacing. Then I will create a button. element. So here I will give it an action later on, and I will give it a type. So it's of type button. And now I can give it a class. So the class, it will be btn and then button primary. So this also from bootstrap. All right. So now for my class, I can use some icons from Font Awesome. So I will use the em tag, and here it will be as fast, like for Font Awesome, and it will be fa sign in alt. So like I know this because I use them a lot, so that's why you might wonder how I'm able to recall and remember all of them. So like I've been using these two frameworks for a long time, so that's why I know it. So here I will add a space just to give a small space after the icon, and here I will just give a label. I will call it sign in. All right. So the same, I will just duplicate this button. So for this button, but before using it, I will create a div first, and I will paste the button here. All right. So because for this div, so this one, it will not be sign in, but it will be register. So here, because I want to have something like this, I want to add some text, don't have an account, and then space. So the code for the space is MBSP. And of course, don't forget the semicolon, otherwise it will be considered as a text. So here we have the button type button, and also, and here instead of using button primary, I will be using a button link. All right. So here I will call it just register instead of sign in, and we can even remove this icon, or you can choose one of your one of the icons that you want to use. All right. So now I will just add here some click events. So when I click on this login button, so I want to call a method login in my login component. So I don't have this method yet, so I will go ahead and create it. So I'll just leave it there, and we will implement it in a few moments. So here the same. So for this button, we can also add a click event, and let's call register, or let's call it register. So we don't have this method yet. So here, let's create also the method register. Now let's go ahead and have a look on this page. So if I open my browser and I go back to my address, so here, if I try to navigate to login, nothing happens. And the question is why? Okay, so I think, or I know that you got the answer since you followed the Angular tutorial for beginners. So the answer is that we did not specify the routing for this component. So if we open this app routing module, and here all we need to do is to add a routing, or to add a route to our component. All right. So to add a route to our component, all we need to do is in our app routing module, here we have the list of the routes. All right. So let's add a first one, and let's give it a path and then login. Let's call it login. And here which component we want to load. So the component we want to load our login component. Now, if I go back to my browser and I try and navigate again to the login page, we see here that we have this login page. So this is the text, these are the inputs, and this is the password. And now we don't have an account, we can click on the register, or we can perform a sign in. All right. So now let's go ahead and let's maybe start implementing this login page. All right. So what I will be doing here, let's go back. We can close this app routing module for now. And we have two methods, which is the login and the register. So let's start with the easy one, which is the register. So the register, all we need to do is to navigate our user to the register page. All right. So for that, we need to inject some dependencies. So I will create a constructor. I will create my constructor in here. So here I will create an object of type router, and I will call it router. So here it's router from Angular/router. And also I will need a private auth service. So this is the authentication service that we created, or that we automatically generated. So it's called authentication service. All right. So then I will need here another service that we don't have yet, but we will create it in a few moments. All right, so here let's implement the register. So it will be this.router.navigate, and to navigate my user, I want to navigate it to the register endpoint or to the register page. So now we don't have this register page yet, but it works. So if I click in here, it will navigate the user, and also I can show you in the console right here. So in the errors, it will say that we don't have any route called register. So this means the click is working, but we don't have the route yet. Once we implement it or once we create the component, it will navigate us to the register component. All right, so now let's go back to the implementation of our login component. So here to log in a user, what I want to do is, first of all, I want to reset the error messages to an empty one. Why I need to do that? Since imagine, for example, you click the first time and you provide a wrong email and password, so you will have an error messages displayed in the page. All right. So the next time you click on the login, so you provide the correct one, but you want always to delete the old messages. That's why we need to reset it to an empty array. So then all we need to do is to call this.authService.authenticate. All right. So to authenticate, we need to specify the body. All right. So here, if you don't know what are the parameters or how to pass the parameters, all you need to do is to click on the definition of the method, and you will see here that you have an object called params, and it's of type authenticate params. And if you click on authenticate params, you will see that it's an interface, and it contains a body, so an attribute called body, and the attribute is of type authentication request, which is the object that we are using right now. All right, so that's why I know how to pass the parameters. All right, so the body will be this.authentication request. And of course, since this authenticate will return an observable object, so as you can see here, it will return an observable of authentication response. So I need to subscribe to it. So here .subscribe, and to subscribe, I need to provide the next, and here I will get my result. And then what I can do, so here I can do just save the token, and then I can navigate my user to, for example, to a different page. So here, let's say router.navigate, and let's say, for example, I want to navigate the user to the books page. All right, so we will navigate the user to our books page, but we need here to save the token. So I will mark it as a to do, so we do not forget it. And here we need to handle also the error cases. So I will add a comma here, and here, as we have a next, we have also an error method. So I will create an object, or like I will ask for an object, and then error function, sorry, not error message. So the first thing I will be doing, I will do a console.log my error. All right. So we want to see what type of error we get when we perform a first call with wrong parameters or wrong values. So here I will just keep it as empty, and here we can check whether the network or the console. So here with the first thing, we see that we have a connection refused. All right. So this connection refused, let's see what we have in the network. So the network, we have a failed. And here, of course, it's failed because we did not start the backend. So let's go ahead and start our API first. Sorry, I completely forgot about this small point. So the backend is running now. So let's go ahead and clean everything and resend our message. So now what we see here, we have something which is super important and super annoying for everyone at the same time. So here we see that we have the most famous error message, the access control allow origin, or this course, or the request has been blocked by course policy. So this means what? So this means that our backend is blocking any request from any source that he does not know. And how to fix that? We need to add a course bean in our backend application. So you might also wonder, because when we configured our Spring security, we added a course a course configuration. But believe me, that was not enough, because we did not provide any bean of type course bean, or like a course filter. So my backend does not know what are the resources or like the origins that he needs to allow. All right, so let's go ahead and create one, and let me show you how to fix this course issue. All right, so now I know that you are jumping from back to front, but it's totally fine since we are implementing the same project, or like the project at the same time. So I will go, I can stop also the backend. So I will go to my main Java, and then I will go to config, and in my beans config. So as I mentioned, we want to create a bean. All right, so here what I will be doing, I will create another bean, and this bean will be a public. It will be a public, and then course filter. So the type should be course filter, and I will call it course filter. So this course filter, I will create a few attributes. So the first thing, I will create a final URL based course configuration source. So here you have two classes. One is from course.reactive, and the other one is just from course. So don't use the reactive one. So I will call it source equals new URL based configuration source. Then I will create another final course configuration element, or like type. I will call it config equals new course configuration using the constructor. Sorry, I just got blocked. Okay, so here this comes the first part. So now I want to add config.set allowed credentials, and here true. So like we want to allow credentials. And now comes the part that is blocking our request here. So those set allowed origins. So here we need to provide a list of elements, or a list of origins. So we can also externalize this configuration to the application.yaml, but let's do it later on. So here I will use a collections.singleton list, since I want to pass only one element, which is my http://localhost and then 4200. All right. And then what I can also pass, I can pass what are the allowed headers, what are the allowed methods, and so on and so forth. So let's add this once and for all. So here set allowed headers. So what are the headers that I want to accept? So for this, I want to use arrays.asList, and I can provide the list, which is I can use the names, which is I can use, for example, HTTP headers dot origin, for example. So it should be headers dot origin. I can also use the content type from HTTP headers. Well, here I can also use static imports. Also I want to use the accept one. And I think we need, like, we should not forget the authorization. So authorization. So this one is super important. Otherwise, we will not be able to pass the authorization header or the bureau token as a header to our backend. All right. So also we can add a config.set allowed methods. So what are the methods that I want to accept? Again, I can use arrays.asList. And we can set, for example, we can say get. We want also post, delete if we have it. You can delete, like, or you can just specify the methods that you want to allow. So also I want put and patch. All right. So here I just defined what I want to authorize, and then, like before moving, so all I need to do is to set source.register this course configuration for which resources. So I want to register it for all the resources of my configuration. All right. So like all the patterns, and I want to register this configuration for all the resources. So this means /book, /feedback, /auth, and so forth. And finally, all we need to do is to return a new course filter of source. All right, so I think I imported the wrong one. Yes, it's Spring Framework. So I can just remove the wrong one. Okay, so it should be org.apache Catalina. Yes, let's remove this one and import the correct one. All right, so here we need to import the one from Spring. All right, so now we have our bean, and here, of course, let me just remind you, if we go to security, in our security configuration, we specified that we want to have a course with defaults. So with defaults means that Spring will try to search for any definition of course filter, and it will use the configuration that we provided in here. And here, since we just specified a bean of type course filter, so it will use that one. All right, so now we can restart our application, and we can also go back to the implementation of our login page. So here, let me open again my page, which is this one and also this one. All right, now if we go back to our browser and if we refresh the page, and now let me show you what will happen when we click on sign in. All right, so here we have a bad request. So we no longer have this request has been blocked by course policy. And if I check here the authenticate and I check the response, we see that email is mandatory, password is mandatory, and password should be 8 characters long minimum. So this is what we specified in our backend. So now let's go ahead and let's catch these errors, and also let's display them for the users. All right, so here, the first thing I want to do a check if my error.errors .validation errors. So here we have the object that we named it in our backend, and we called it validation errors. All right. So here I will do this dot error message equals exactly this one. So if I receive a list of validation errors, so it will be this one. Otherwise, what I want to do is this dot error message. So this dot error message dot push. So I want to push a new error. So which is be the error dot error. So this error is the default object returned by Angular. And here I want to return or to get only the error message that is specified also in my backend in the exception response. So let's go and try this one again. So if I just click, we see that here we are displaying these error messages. All right, so now we have this error message correctly displayed. If I click again, you will see that it's just flickering. So it's removing everything and just remaking the call again. So now if, for example, if I specify a long password, so we will have only this email is mandatory. If I specify a incorrect email, so it will say email is not formatted. So here, if I say just as mail.com, we will see another message, or this one, I think we just made a typo while, so let me try it again. So here we have 401 and we have, all right. So here we have, it's just error, not error message. So that's why it's not displaying. So now if we try this again, and here, if I provide the password and just any email, and we click on send, it will display login and or password is incorrect. And as you can see, this is the element or the object that I got or I wanted to display. For example, if you want to display this one, please also feel free to do it. All right, so now if the user passes the correct login and password, so which is, for example, we said for the last time john@mail.com, and the password was password. So now if I click on sign in, we see that we have a 200 and we have our response containing the token. So we get or receive the token from our backend. But when receiving the token, we need to store it somewhere. All right. So for that, I will create a service that will handle everything token related. All right. So for that, I will just go ahead and create a new service. So this service, as I mentioned, it will contain or it will handle anything related to the token. All right. All right. So now I will go here, and here we have our app. and then we have services. So inside this services folder, I will create another one and I will call it token. All right. So now I need to navigate to this. So navigate to this folder. So I'm inside this token folder and I will create an ngGS, so ng generate service, and I will call it token for a token service. So it will generate a class called token service. All right, so let's wait for the token service to be created, and now we can start implementing the logic for this one. So what we need to do, let me open first this token service class. So for this token here, we said the first thing that we want to save the token. All right, so let's implement the first method. So the first method is, so we don't here we don't need the constructor, and I will create a setter method and I will call it token, and we will receive a token of type string. So let me call it token. And then all I need to do is to call my local storage dot set item, and the item I will call it token, and I will give it the token as value. All right. So here, this is the first method to save a token. Also, when I need the token, I should be able to get it. All right. So I will say get token. So it will be a getter method. And here, all I need to do is to return my local storage dot get item. And I will call it like I should use the same name token, and then I will cast it to a string, and that's it. All right. So now I just created two methods, one to save the token and the second one just to get the token. So later on, if we need other methods, we will just create them on the fly. So now all I need to do is to inject my private token service of type token service. So it's the service we just created. So now all I need to do here, instead of this to do, is this dot token service dot token equals my response dot token as a string. So I need to cast it because this token might be undefined. So that's why I need to cast it to a string, since here I'm 100% sure when I get a response from here. So this means that the token already exists. All right. So now let's go back and perform this save again, and let's see. So here, if I go to application and then local storage, let me clear everything. So here, if I use my john@mail.com and also password, and if I click on sign in, you see here that we are saving the token in our local storage. So now also, if we go to JWT.io and we can check the content of this token, so you will see here that we have the full name, John Doe, we have the subject, which is john@mail.com, issued out, expires at, and also we have the list of the authorities of the user. All right. Now we just finished the login functionality. Let's move on and implement the register functionality, or the register component, how to register a user, and later on how to confirm a user account. All right, now let's create our register component. So I will navigate here. So I need to go back to my app cd src or pages. And here under pages, I will create an ngG component and I will call it register. All right, so this will be my register component. Once the component is generated, we will start first by, as we did before, first of all, let's open this one page and then register. We need the HTML and the TS file. So for the TS file, what we need to do, we need to create a register request variable of type register or registration request. So registration request equals, and here we need to initialize it. So the email, it will be empty as we did before. Also first name and last name and also password. So the password will be also empty. So it's just initializing an empty object. Also, I will create an object of type, I will call it error message of type array of string as we did before for the login, and we will initialize it also to an empty one. Alright, so now we can move on to the register component. Even for the register component, we can copy paste from the login component, which is almost the same. All we need just to add two elements or two input fields, and that's it. Alright, so let's go to our login component, login.html, and I will copy everything, and then I will change what needs to be changed. Alright, so here we have our email address and so on and so forth. I will duplicate this one, and here I will change later on the models. So here the first thing, it will be first name, and this is the label, and I will change the ID to first name, and here also first name. Alright, here it will be registration request dot first name. Alright, and this one is of type text, text not tel, and let's also duplicate it again. So here last name, and again here last name, and here instead of first name it will be last name, and here it will be also email and password. The only thing that we need to do here is to invert, or like to switch this one. So the first button is to we need to call register, and here instead of don't have an account, let's say already have an account. All right, and here let's say also and mbsp just to add a space, and here let's say login. Alright, so we don't have this register method. Let's create it. We also don't have the login method, so let's also go ahead and create it. So create method login, and now what I need to change here, we need to change this one to create a new account or create an account. Alright, so now I guess everything is fine. We have the message, we have everything. So all we need to do is to check first that we have the page. So we need to go to our app routing module. It's app routing. Yes, app routing module, and I will duplicate this one, add a comma here, and here let's say register, and it will point to our register component. Now if I open back my browser, and here we try to navigate to the register, we see that we have now this page, create an account with the first name, last name, email and address. So we just need to change or like to modify the placeholder. Let's do it quickly. So the first name here, let's say maybe something like John Doe for the first name, last name. Yes, all right, so this looks better now, and we have the email and the address. So now if I click on the register, I want, so here if on the create account, so I want also to change the text because this was misleading. So here, let's call this one login. And here, let's say create an account, or let's even call it register or create an account. So it's up to you. So create an account. And now we have everything working fine. All right, so first let's go to implement this login, which is easy as we mentioned before. So I will just inject my constructor and private router of type router. And again, what we need our authentication service, our auth service, which is of type authentication service. All right, so for the when we click on the login, all we need to do is this .router.navigate, and I want to navigate my user to the register, to the login page. All right, the register, we will implement it in a few moments. So now let's make sure that we are able to navigate. So if I click on login, I'm navigated or I'm redirected to the login page, as well as if I click on the login, so here the register, so here I'm in the create an account page. All right, so now let's move on to the next part, which is the implementation of our register method. So the register method is so simple, it's so easy as we did before. So here all I need to do is this dot error messages. I want to empty it, and then I will call this my auth service dot register. And again, I need to pass the body with which is this dot registration request. And now I need to subscribe for it. And then I have next. And now I need, so for this, I don't have, like for the registration, it's a void, so we don't have any response. So if the registration goes successfully, all I need to do is to call the router and navigate the user to the activate account page. So here I will create activate account. So we don't have this component but we'll create it in few moments. So here I will also handle the error. So it will be error and arrow function. So here all I need to do is for this case, because for the registration, I know that I only get validation errors. All right. So it will be this dot error messages equals error dot validation errors. Validation errors. All right, so now we can proceed and we can go to the implementation, or like to the test of our registration mechanism. So now it will try just to create an account without passing anything. So here we see the error messages, and if I try to register, I don't know, like any user, so this one already exists, so just Ali11 and password. So here let's open the network tab, and when I click on create account, so the account is created, and we see here that we have 202. All right, so here but in the console we have just one small issue, since we don't have this activate account component or this activate account path, so that's why we cannot navigate or redirect the user there. So everything is good. Now I guess we can proceed to the next step, which is activating an account after receiving the email. So here we just received an email, as you can see. So it's Ali Bo Ali, and this is the code that was generated for me. And here, if I click on activate your account, it will redirect me to the localhost 4200, since this is the URL that I configured in my backend. So let me reduce a little bit these pages. So let's keep it clean. Also the Swagger, I don't need it anymore. So now we can activate the account. So now let's move on and implement the account activation and make our application better and better. All right, so now as we did before, so this is gonna be something really classic for all of us. So here I will create another component, and I will call it activate-account. So this activate account will be the new component to activate my account. But before moving forward, let me show you something. So let me show you what we will be using in order to have something nicely looking. So I will go to npmjs.com, and then we will look for a dependency called Angular code input. All right, so this Angular code input, it's a component that looks exactly like this. So for example, if I have a 6-digit code, so I will get like 6 input altogether, and every time I type something, so it will move automatically to the next input, and so on and so forth. So this is something that I'm sure that every one of you has seen in one of the websites. So this is the component that we need to use. So I will copy this dependency and I will install it. So here I will paste it, and npm I Angular code input. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement the UI and the functionality of our account activation or activate account component. So first, let's start with the front end. With the TS file. So for the TS file, I will have an object message. So this will hold the error message, or like any kind of message, whether an activation or success or an error message. So here I will have a first flag and I will call it is okay equals true. So this one is to track if the account activation was okay or not. And here I will have also a submitted equals false. So the submitted equals false. This will track if the user has already submitted the code or the activation code or not. So I will also prepare my constructor since we are now used to it and we know what we are doing. So here I will just inject first of all my private router, and also I will inject my private auth service as we did before, which is my authentication service. So now let's move on to the implementation of our HTML page. So the HTML page will look like it will be something simple, not so much complicated, but I try to make it nicely looking. So first I will have a div, and for this one I will give it a class container. So this one is not the bootstrap container, but I will create my own container. But here also I will use an ng if. So here, if my page is submitted, I want to display the content that I have in here. Otherwise, else, I want to display my code form. So the code form will be another thing. So here for the code form, let me show it to you. I will use an ng template, and here I need, of course, to give it the code form ID as I mentioned, or as mentioned in here. So this code form will look something exactly like this. So it will be, I will have a div, and also I will give it a class container, not container fluid, but just container. And also I will wrap it with another div. So this one I will give it a text center class, and also I remember I wanted to give it a style with a width 400. So 400 pixels. All right, so here I will have an h2, which is a title, and here type your activation code. So type your activation code, and now I can use the dependency that we just added. It's called code input, and here of course we need to import the module code input module. All right, so this code input is simple to use and easy to use. So here we have a few inputs. So the first thing we have is code hidden. So this one equals false. So we don't want to hide the code. So code hidden means that we will display stars or dots instead of displaying the code itself. So this is not something that we want. And also we have the code length. So for our case, we know that our code is 6 digits. And also we can say if the code or like the type of our code. So in our case, it's of type number. So by the way, all this is from the official documentation of the components. All right, so here we have also a method or an output, which is called code completed. So like when the user finished typing all the digits. So like here, for example, when the user types the digit number 6, it will automatically call this code completed. So here I will just create a method. I will call it on code completed. And of course, to get the value, we need to pass the event. So we don't have this method. Let's go ahead and create it. And here, let's maybe call this one, let's call it code or token. All right. So I will call this one token. So this is our activation token. So first, let's have a look on this page. So now if I click here from the email on activate your account, so nothing happens because we did not define the route. So here, let's define the route. First, I will duplicate this one, and it's activate account, and here activate account component. Now, if we go back and let's try this again. So this activate account, I guess maybe something is missing. So here failed to set attribute. I think maybe, yeah, here we just added a comma, which is not allowed in here. So now this is the activation code component, how it looks like. So all we need to do is just to add the CSS style that we spoke about. So here, as you can see, every time I type a code, it moves automatically to the next one. So the first thing I will do, I will here in this style.scss or the activate account style.scss, I will add my container definition. Nope, not this. Container definition. So I want it to be a display flex, and I want to justify my content in the center, and also I want to align items again in the center, and the most important is I want to have a height of 100 VH. So now this is how this looks like with the definition of my container. So like it's in the middle because I wanted to center it like vertically and also horizontally, and now it looks something like this. All right, so now let's go back to our HTML and let's finish, or let's continue implementing the rest of it. So here you see that this is the code form, and this is the code form that we will see by default because it's not submitted. So like the form, or like this form is not yet submitted. If the form is submitted, we will see what we can display in here. So like whether we display a success message or we display an error one. All right, so that's why, since we have or we need to switch, let's create a div, and I will give it a class. I will call it I will call it activate message, and here it will be an ng if. So here if is okay, I want to display it, else I want to display activation error. Activation error. So this activation error, again, it should be an ng template, and let me give it the ID activation error, and we will implement it in just a few moments. So here I want to have an h2, and here let's say activation successful, and then I will add a p or a paragraph. For example, your account has been activated successfully, or your account has been successfully activated. All right, and here I can add a dot, and also I can add a button. So this button, I can use the btn class and then btn primary from Bootstrap, and also I can add a click event. So I will call it redirect to login. So like when the user, like we only display the message, but the user needs to click himself the button to go to login, and I will give it go to login. Let's create this method, and this one we can just implement it. It's super quick. So this .router.navigate, and I want to navigate my user to the login page. All right, so this is the success. Now we can implement the error message. So I can even copy paste this one, I guess. So here we don't have this ng if, we only have this class which is activation error. So let's change it to activation error, and here I will say activation failed. So here we can also display the message that we have in our TS file, which is this one, the one that we defined in the beginning. So because here we can change the message and display any message we want. So here we can have another button, like we can say primary, and here we can say, for example, it's just to try again. So try again, and to try again, all we need to do is to set this submitted to false. All right, so here I will say submitted equals false. So I think we are done with the page. So now if we go back in here, so now even if I type anything, since we did not implement yet the validate or like the oncode completed, it will not do anything. So let's go ahead and do it. But before that, let's add some styles, or like let's check it later on. It's not a problem. So here on code completed, it will look something like this. So here I will call the I will create another method. So I will call it this dot confirmation or confirm account. for example, and I will pass a token as a parameter. So I don't have this method yet. I will just go ahead and create it. So I will rename it confirm without extra a, and here all I need to do is to call this .auth service .confirm. All right, and here I need to pass my token as a parameter. So since the variable is called token and the value also like this variable is called token, I can just say .token. All right, and of course I need to subscribe, and I have the next. So the next, it's a void, so it won't do anything. So now I just need to set the message. This .message equals, for example, your account has been successfully activated. Dot, and I can do a backslash n just to go back to to create a new line. Now, for example, now you can proceed to login. All right, so let me fix this small typo, and here I can set this dot submitted equals true. All right, otherwise if anything happens, and here we have the error, of course, and it will be again a void because I don't need to do anything with the error. So I can also duplicate this one. So I can change the text. So the token has been expired, since I know this is the only reason that might happened, or invalid. All right. And then the is submitted equals true. And now this dot is okay equals false, because because I want to display the error part of my web page. So now let's go back to the test of our application. So now if I type any code, so you see that we have activation failed, the token has been expired or invalid, and we can click on try again. But let's also now add few styling to also to this part. So the styling is something easy. So here I will add those activate message and also activate error. So both of them I want to add a text align center, but for any activation or activation error, I want the color to be red, for example. All right, so this is how it will be, or like this is how it will look like. So if I type wrong error, so activation failed and the token has been expired, and if I click on try again, it will again display the error like the input code. So now let's try with this code. I'm not sure if it's valid or not, but let's say 204.227. So 204.227. So okay, the token has been expired, but we should get another one since we called our backend. So now we have another code. So it's 119.960. 119.960. And here you have your account has been successfully activated. Now you can proceed to login. Well, we have just one small issue in here, which is so why we have this one as an error, or like as in red. So activate message and activate error. So text align center. Okay, of course here this dot is okay equals true. That's why I think this is that's the reason. So let's try to activate it again. Also with this component you can copy the code, and when you paste it, like it will be pasted automatically. So yeah, now we have account activation successful, and now we can proceed to the login. And again, if we so this one was for Ali Bu Ali, so I think the email was ali11@mail.com, and the password was password. So all I need to do is to check the network. So let me clean this application. So if I click on sign in, we have the token which is already here, but we are not yet redirected to books since we don't have this page or this module or this component yet. So all right, now we are done with the account activation, and also we are done with the registration and the login. I'm super glad you followed to the end of this video. So before we end this video, I just want to remind you that this is not the last video, or this is not the only video about these functionalities, but stay tuned for the coming ones. So the next video will be a huge one, so it will be a really complete application with Spring Boot and Angular. All right, so we will implement so many functionalities. I will introduce them in the coming video, so don't forget to subscribe to the channel. So help me grow this channel, and also help me share this video with many people. So you know, sharing is caring, and don't forget to drop a comment what you want to learn next. All right, so thank you so much for following this video, and I was happy to have you today. See you in the next video.